Hello. Actually, I'm putting on like Bloodborne soundtrack because someone said it reminds them of Bloodborne. Um, I'm gonna use different headset this time. I think I'm live. Can we get a check in the chat? This is a very like ambience. I like this soundtrack. Savior, really? You think of me as a savior? That's wholesome. What's up, Crowish? Pure? You're not late. I just started 20 seconds ago. I think. Wait, give me 1 second. Let me get the hook up. Pure Strawberry. That's a cute name, by the way. Pure Strawberry. If the music is too loud, let me know, okay? We are... let me check the chapter as well. And we're gonna start in like 1 minute. You're reading at least 10 chapters, maybe more. 170. Here we go. I think there are 216 in the first volume. Or 15. Ooh, I have the wrong ebook. I want the one with the pictures. Here we go. What's up, Beats? We have a creepy soundtrack today. Things are gonna get freaky soon. What, Beats? Okay, everything seems to work. Okay, I think the soundtrack is too loud, so let me get the notes up as well. How's the sound, by the way? Is the music too loud? It's not even music, it's like ambiance. Let's get some music going, and then when we need a creepy ambience, we can use that. Sounds like a good idea, right? Your Wi-Fi is trash? Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm making an Bilibili account and asking for my ID, so I guess I'll do that after the stream. Anyway, notes are up, music. Here we go. Oh no, Monkey, I'm sorry. It's gonna go, the reaction's gonna go up next month or something. Master is here, username is here, hello. Oh, hello username. Okay, let's go. 170, so, Klein became a clown. And I mean the sequence. He's always been a little bit of a clown, I'm joking. I think the one that has been the most like a clown is Leonard, honestly. So, let's go Copper Whistle. Also, Unc Neil died. Damn. I wish it was all a dream. I wish that Unc Neil's death was a dream, because, like, yeah, whatever. Copper Whistle. Okay, this is with Isaac, right? You won't talk much? Okay. Let's go. Rest in peace. Copper Whistle. Klein turned towards the captain's office and saw that door was wide open. Dunsmith was leaning back in his chair, sniffing at his pipe. When Dun swept his grey eyes at him, he changed his sitting posture. You seem to be in good shape. Nothing like someone who just consumed the potion. This might be the advantage of fully digesting the potion before leveling up. Klein closed the door behind him to take a seat. He and Dunn knew about the acting method, so their oath didn't keep them from talking about the acting method with each other. They could exchange their thoughts about it, but the two of them didn't bring it up with a tacit understanding. They felt silent at the same time after the exchange. Klein thought and asked, has his Grace left? I mean, they're calling Sesamir's Grace. Okay. Yes, a high-ranking deacon, he has other matters to take care of. Dunn thought for a moment. Oh, he took a pair of red eyeballs that remained after old Neil. No, why would you? Okay. Glennon shocked and confused. Why? I guess to, like, I guess you can't do an autopsy on eyeballs, but we'll see. Dunn picked his coffee and took a sip. He answered with a long silence. We shouldn't lie to ourselves. Our rampager is in fact already a monster. And as I told you before, monsters leave behind things that are rich and beyond their powers after they die. Oh! If these relics can't be controlled, they have to be sealed. Yes, that is one of the most common origins of sealed artifacts. According to the Nighthawk's internal rules, the items left behind by rampagers need to be stored elsewhere, so that they won't trigger their partners. Like Celine's ashes! So I wonder if Celine, or was it Selena? I think it was Celine. Celine's ashes, maybe Celine died by burning. And then her ashes were collected and it became a sealed artifact. Congratulations to the Lord of Mysteries team for the awards. Oh, they won an award. Nice. Einder's 100% made material. Yep. I'm up for hire. Logical rule, Klein nodded heavily. Suddenly he sharply noticed that the captain had missed out something, so he asked curiously, what if the item left behind is controllable? Don looked at him with his grey eyes. His grey eyes were deep like a quiet night. He sighed and said, ugh, you won't want to know the answer. Klein was taken aback before he suddenly realized the possibility. Oh, like, sighed as in like, like a sad sigh. I guess Don Smith has some like experience with that in the past. Maybe another like teammate he lost back in his day. He has lost so many friends and like people from Nighthawk, so he probably knows, right? That's why he sighed as well. Normal monsters left behind beyond their ingredients which could be used to make potions. But what of a rampage are turned into a monster? Maybe they're using old Neil's eyes in a potion ingredient. If they left behind controllable items will be used as beyond their ingredients. Yeah, I guess that's why Dunsmith sighed, because he had to give up like his friends, I don't know, fingers for for a potion. Upon realizing that, Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust. He couldn't help but turn his head to retch. Even his sight suddenly grew blurry. This is such a terrifying theory, but it's an answer that's highly likely of being closer to the truth. In that instant, he had deeper understanding of sayings like, to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. And we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against the threats and madness. Yeah. Will this be one of the reasons why the church hides the acting method, so that they can recycle a certain number of their own members to spare parts? I did say, my theory, by the way, was that that they don't want a lot of Beyonders to become really strong and level up in sequences just in case they turn evil. That's why they were hiding the acting method. But it can be both as well. They use like some people's like dead corpse, parts of the corpse as a potion ingredient, which makes much more sense now. I was last stream I was discussing this as well and said that, you know, what if like sequence 1 potion requires like, you know, the corpses of like 10,000 humans, and you have to do a genocide to get those ingredients or something like that. So that they can recycle a certain number of their own members for spare parts, but this will make members of the upper echelons reject the church. Klein's face clearly reflected his changing expression. Upon seeing this response, Tan suddenly laughed. There was a twinkling light in his grey eyes. Damn. Think about it on the brighter side of things. You can think of it as our teammates watching over us in a different form. They'll be with us forever. After saying that, Tan lowered his head, picked up his coffee, and brought it to his mouth. After nearly 20 minutes of silence, 20 minutes! He lifted his head and said, "You don't have to worry. As long as we can find source of Beyonder ingredients, you won't do what you were thinking about." Ooh, Tom Smith was reading Klein there. Alright, according to the rules, you'll receive a day off since you just advanced. You can decide whether or not you want to go to your combat training this afternoon, but you inform Kawain either way. So you get a free day off. Klein gently nodded. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back and said, "Captain, I have finished my lessons on mysticism. I like to use my mornings to learn techniques such as tracking and monitoring." Did he say I finished my lessons on mysticism because Unc Neil died? He paused and added with a serious expression, "I'd like to fulfill my duty, full duty as a Nighthawk soon." Don gave a piercing look and sighed. "You're tougher than I imagined, as you wish." Damn. My mysticism classes ended. You shouldn't put it like that. Maybe he finished it when old Neil was alive. I like to think that. Also, I thought when Sirius died in donghua, we saw like his brain, and I thought, oh, brain might be an ingredient for a potion, right? But I thought it was just a human brain. I never would have thought it would be like specifically a Beyonder's brain. And that makes such more sense now why they're hiding the acting method. Because I think what Klein is saying is really plausible. It's not confirmed, but it's plausible. Also, what did you screenshot, Nighthawk? You were talking on Discord earlier. Anyway, yes, Captain. Klein suddenly stood up and threw a crimson moon on his chest. After leaving the Blackthorn security company, Klein didn't return home to rest, but instead took the opportunity to make a trackless carriage to Ozzy's place. Ooh, let's go! So the copper whistle now, right? Ding ding, ding dong, ding dong. At the doorbell rang clearly. Ozzy opened up the door in white shirt and black vest. We love Ozzy. There was a gold watch chain hanging from his vest pocket. "Don't you need to work?" Ozzy took a glance at the sky and realized that the sun had yet to climb to its peak. "I actually have the most day off due to a special circumstance," Klein explained vaguely. Ozzy looked at him and appeared to notice something as he nodded and made way of Klein's entry. Oh, maybe he noticed that he is sequence 8 now. At the hallway, Klein set his cane aside, took off his hat, and followed Ozzy to the living room. The living room was comfortably furnished with a fireplace, rocking chair, ooh, cozy, couches and coffee table. Klein sat at his usual spot. Ozzy sat down opposite Klein and pointed at the cigars on the coffee table. "Do you want one?" No, Klein shook his head firmly. Isaac didn't attempt to persuade him as he struck a match and lit one of the cigars. At the same time, he asked casually, "Have you taken care of the matter at Morristown?" "I have, thank you for that," Klein replied sincerely. See, he doesn't even have to be near. He can send them so far away. At the same time, secretly lampooned. Ooh, legendary word. "Mr. Isaac, before you lost your memories, you definitely must have left behind quite a sizable wealth for yourself. Otherwise, how could your teacher, who isn't even an associate professor, be able to enjoy cigars so frequently?" As Isaac was fiddling with his cigar, Klein brought up a matter. Like Boone mentioned, the legendary word. "Mr. Isaac, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Isaac replied without lifting his head. Klein paused and organized his words. "One of my colleagues lost control and became a monster. I'd like to know if his spirit was contaminated." He wasn't certain if Mr. Isaac knew the meaning of losing control, so he prepared an explanation just in case. By the way, Isaac probably doesn't even know that he's like super strong, right? Like he has to, maybe he does know, but I feel like he's gonna like discover new abilities every day about himself. Isaac stopped what he was doing and lifted his head to look at Klein. He nodded heavily and said, "No, no doubt you have to be very careful in a situation like that. If you lost control due to temptation of an evil god or devil, try to avoid contacting his spirit. It might be very likely lead to life-threatening danger." "Really?" "Understand," Klein let out a breath of disappointment. When he was at Old Neil's place, he was too emotional and had forgotten to contact Old Neil's spirit. Neither did Don Smith remind him at all, hence he missed the opportunity entirely. Wow, true. 4 ads? I think it's in the beginning, right? He didn't dwell on the topic and instead mentioned his previous encounter. Also, you can get ad block, by the way. I have it on the 20-minute intervals, right? So there's there should be 3 ads an hour. I don't mind if you guys get ad block, by the way. If it like helps you guys. They didn't dwell on the topic and instead mentioned his previous encounter. "Mr. Isaac, I tried to divine the origins of Morristown's paranormal incidents. I ended up seeing an upside-down pyramid that extended underground. My teammate told me that it's a symbol of death. Only his descendants will receive such an honor." Yeah, I think the pyramid also same place where Isaac is from, right? Isaac put down the match and took up the cigar cutter when he suddenly fell into daze. He was motionless for quite a while. Oh, something maybe triggered, like maybe this confirms something Isaac was thinking about. He leaned back into his seat and wore an unusually gloomy expression. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "This gives me a very familiar feeling. I don't seem to be recalling anything." Oh, like deja vu? "I'm very sorry," Klein sighed sincerely. He had imagined that he could use the revelation obtained from his divination to further jolt Mr. Isaac's memories. Isaac got off the cigar cap, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. "If I was something that could be recalled easily, I think I would have long found a way to escape my fate. Of course, I have to thank you for your kindness. Thank you for remembering about me this entire time." He thought for a moment before adding, "Oh, I'll be living Tingen in the near future." "Why?" Klein asked in surprise. "Didn't we say that we're going to find the manipulator behind the scenes? The person who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Isaac held his cigar and sighed before explaining. Sorry, sighed, not laughed. The target might have noticed my attention and investigation. He hasn't been taking any action recently, leaving me with no clues. Thus, I'm thinking of leaving Tingen for the time being and going to Backland. On one hand, I can take the opportunity to search for traces I left behind before I lost my memories. On the other hand, my absence might let the target lower his guard. That's right, Mr. Isaac's memory loss was around Backland University. It's a pity that you can't take my place searching for the Red Chimney House. Klein nodded solemnly and said, I'll pay close attention to this. Once the target makes action, I expose himself. I'll inform you immediately. Mr. Isaac, how will I inform you of things in a timely manner? Ooh, the skeleton. Klein had the idea that Isaac was if Isaac was Death's descendant, or if he was linked to death in a certain way, his powers would have been something similar to Corpse Collector sequence. Yeah, similar, but like on crack, on steroids. Definitely had a way to call something like Dali's messenger. Also, I don't think he is Death himself, so he's not like sequence 1 corpse collector. I think he's like a very high sequence beyonder who was maybe Death's. He knew Death. Death is a god, right? And I think gods are high level beyonders, which is like very, very likely. I think 100% even, but yeah. In other words, this could confirm if Asik was actually related to Death or descendant of Death. Asik took a puff of his cigar and thought for nearly 20 seconds. He took out an ornament from his left sleeve. It was intricate but old copper whistle. Ooh, what if Death... Music is too loud? Okay. What if... By the way, before I change the music, what if Death, just like the Hidden Sage, are right now bodiless, right? Because Hidden Sage wanted to... take over old Neil, I think. But if Death wants to like take over Asik's body or something? Because I made a theory last episode that why does he wanna be resurrected? It's like because Death was defeated by other gods in the previous epoch, so that's why maybe he's yeah. So Asik cannot be Death. Surely, right? If Asik joins the Tarot Club, though, he's gonna choose the card. Tarot card. Death. Okay, I lowered the music a little bit. I fixed the music. Asik took a puff of his cigar and thought for nearly 20 seconds. He took out an ornament from his left sleeve. It was an intricate but old copper whistle. There were many unique patterns that filled it with a mysterious aura. This is something they had with me when I woke up in Backland. Then you blow it, you'll summon a messenger that belongs to me. Asik held the copper whistle as he explained in detail. After so many years, this copper whistle can still be used. It should be a mystical item, right? Klein was surprised and delighted that he had indirectly proved that Mr. Asik was related to Death. Yeah, related somehow, but not Death, right? Asik gave a Klein glance, then he put the copper whistle to his mouth and demonstrated. His cheeks puffed up as he blew with all his might. Nothing was heard, but Klein felt a sudden gloominess and coldness. He quickly tapped his left molar and saw that there were a blurry white bones being thrown up from the ground, one after another, forming a strange fountain. After a few seconds, there was an illusory monster in the living room. Its body was made of white bones, and there were dark flames glowing in its eye sockets. It was almost 4 meters tall. Oof. It lowered Klein, who wasn't even 175. Ooh, cute little Muretti. I missed that polite skeleton. As he watched his head nearly tear through the ceiling, Klein suddenly had a thought. Mr. Asik, isn't your messenger a little too exaggerated? It's because Asik is that powerful that his messenger is so big. Asik didn't share those thoughts at all. He smiled and said, after you pass the letter to it, blow the whistle again to send the summoning. Then I'll send the letter to me very quickly. The secretive manner. Oh my god, it's like internet. You give it to him, immediately Asik gets it. After that, Asik shook his wrist and threw the old copper whistle across the room. Klein extended his right hand and accurately caught it. He found it cold but mild. Thank you, Clown Potion. Oh, because he caught it? He breathed in a sigh of relief. He wiped the whistle and blew it hard. Silently, the huge messenger fell apart as blurry white bones sank underground. Okay. So we got the messenger now from Asik, which, is really menacing, but I feel like the little skeleton, 4 meter tall skeleton is a cutie patootie though. Hello, unknown viewer. How are you? The Tussock River ran through Backland and harbors that dotted around the area. Olga Wilson wore yes, we're back in Backland. Okay, we're looking for Chilangos, by the way, and the clues we have so far is that he's near a body of water, so near Dossak River. He's also near a very heavily populated area because it needs, you know, sacrifices, so it needs people, and that also is not in a rich area, but he's near the slums. Olga Wilson wore the long priest robes of the Church of Storms. He walked down from the passenger ship slowly. He saw people walking to and from around the harbor with countless port workers sweating under the sun. It was blushing yet noisy scene. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is the copper whistle. Look at this, guys. It's art. Oh, look at the symbols. Oh my god, they're like bone symbols on it. Oh fuck. How do I zoom in? This is cool. Like our book leveled up. Ooh. This looks like a reap cage. Or is that me? Oops. Looks very skeletonish, you know what I mean? This is the concept art, I guess, here. This is the finished one here. Little hook. Maybe it's like a deception of death. Taste like Azik. It would taste good. You know, it will taste very cinnamony. You know what I mean? Wafers, yeah. There's an end to it that goes, oh, I see. So detailed, that's so cool. More pictures? Wow. Promotion and pay raise. Ooh, because he is a true Nighthawk now, right? And he's a sequence 8. Do you guys want me to turn off ads? Is it like bothering you guys? Like, would you leave if they're... So I can definitely check if I can put it like once every 30 minutes or something. Let me just check. Do mods get ads? Stream settings. Can I change it mid-stream even? Delay ads. I can click delay ads. What do you guys think of this? I'm gonna turn off ads, and after every chapter I'll run ads before I start the new one. What do you guys think? Like manually put an ad. But you guys have to remind me. Then promise me you're gonna remind me, right? Oh, I can edit. Nice. Okay. Manual. Okay. Put it down here so I can click it quick, I guess. Oh, hello, Becca. I saw in my comments earlier. 1 second, let me check something. I turned off ads now. Did I click save? Do I have to click save? I think ads are gone. Okay, let's go. Promotion and pay rise. And now, also we're gonna get 300 pounds from Audrey, right? Do you wanna taste that whistle? I will actually, not because it's Asik's whistles, of course, but it looks delicious, right? After leaving Asik's house, right? Client took a public. Oh, wait, what about Olga? What about Olga? Wait, what? Oh, what the? It's been a while, Backland, Alger. Oh, Alger muttered to himself. Okay, I skipped that last part. I don't know why, Becca. Anyway, 171 promotion and pay rise. After leaving Osik's house, Klein took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. As he opened the door to his house, suddenly saw a figure sitting in the dining room. Oh, a maid? Klein instinctively tightened his grip on the cane in his hand, but quickly realized what was going on. It wasn't thief but his maid, Bella. Bella was focused on reading spread out newspaper on the table. She jumped in shock when she heard the door open quickly, standing up and stammering. I was just done with the task in the morning. I was waiting for the water to boil so that I could eat some bread. Why is she so nervous? I'm still not very used to having a maid in the house, Klein mocked himself. He took off his hat and nodded. Reading is a good habit. To be able to persist in reading despite the busy workload is something that's encouraged by the goddess. He used the name of the goddess just in case Bella took his compliment as sarcasm. But in reality, only the god of knowledge and wisdom would place this much emphasis on reading. Of course, all the churches advocate the education. Yes, she's about 18 and believes in the goddess. Bella's love for reading must be influenced by her parents. Parents like this would send their daughter to receive education as long as they can afford it. Even if they cannot afford public schools, there are always the free schools provided by the church. Ooh, that's good, based, and mostly will just delay her education. Thus Bella isn't illiterate, she can understand words and read the newspaper. Klein thought as he walked into the living room after setting his cane down. I feel like a lot of women though and girls don't get education, especially the poorer ones. That's sad. He had quite a good impression of Bella. Even though she was a little clumsy and obviously not used to the kitchen, she had shown willingness to learn. What are you guys talking about? Bella let her hands hang down and said, embarrassed, I didn't have the opportunity to read many newspapers in the past. The landlord didn't let us use old newspaper to... Wait, the landlord didn't let us use old newspapers between the walls. I stole a glance at it when I picked up the newspaper just now to clean off the coffee table. I thought that it was rather interesting. Damn, fuck the landlord. What a pitiful lady. When I transmigrated, newspapers were the least interesting of things, Klein thought as he lampooned. He smiled and took out a silver pocket watch from his pocket. After looking at the time, he said, as long as you complete your tasks and do them well, you are free to do whatever you want with the rest of your time. You don't need to be too nervous. Of course, I'm having a chat with Penson and Melissa, it's best that you stay in your room. I will allow you to use the lamp inside and take a few old newspapers with you. Oh, please knock at my door, please knock at my door in one afternoon, then prepare a cup of black tea, 2 pieces of soft white bread, a piece of wheat toast, and a small plate of butter for me. Or to celebrate his advancement to sequence 8, Klein started to spoil himself slightly. Spoil yourself? But it's like tea, bread, and butter. Is that spoiling yourself, guys? Tea, bread, butter. Damn, what a feast. She was going to eat white bread ahead of Benson, who was planning of having it over the weekend. Oh, white bread is rare then, alright? Well, I buy 8 more pounds of bread soon in the future. We shall make the change in our staple dish from wheat bread to white bread. Wait, white bread is more expensive. As the sequence hit beyond my weekly pay is definitely going to increase. To think that Captain didn't mention this. He forgot again! Klein froze for a moment and decided to clarify to more. Classic Smith with the receding hairline. Alright, Bella replied in surprise and joy. Good boss, Klein. You're a good landlord. Not landlord, you're a good master? Do maids call their bosses master? Ugh. Following that, she asked with a little uncertainty, Mr. Klein, do you mean the simple black tea used to entertain guests? She called him by his first name, as Moretti would be used to refer to anyone in the family. Yes, that shall be my usuality in the future. Klein waved his hand and made his way towards the stairs. He suddenly noticed that he was in a decent financial situation after becoming... He suddenly realized that he was in a decent financial situation after becoming a clown. I can relate to Klein. Before I started reading a lot of mysteries, I was in a bad financial situation. After, I'm like a clown that reacts to stuff, and I'm also good. I'm a clown reactor. Oh, processed more, I see. I guess nowadays it's very easy and cheap to process. That's why the white bread. That's why the white bread is now very cheap, right? You can get a loaf for like 40 cents or something. Like my strawberry in the grinder with a lot of milk and sugar. Strawberry in the grinder? Do you mean the app? I'm joking. This was partly because there were no other large expenses for the time being. He only needed to spend 2 solely on transport while he was investigating the houses with the chimneys and the materials that he needed to purchase occasionally. Claims could not be made for the latter most of the time anyway. Also, there was a sum of £300 in Klein's anonymous bank account. It was important to understand that one hour of land in the countryside only cost 5 to 6.5 solly, which was another way of saying the client could afford 1,200 acres of farmland, which was equivalent to 137.79 mu, or 30 acres back on Earth. Furthermore, this sum of money would allow client to buy a house on Daffodil Street on another contract for another 15 years. Metric. Oh, R. Metric historical unit of measurement equal to 100 square meters. Okay, I see. Some complicated math, right? Area of land. I'll convert all that money into land. It'll get between 23 and 31 pounds a year in rent. That's not bad, but not necessary for my time being. I'll use the 30 pounds for emergencies. I'll have to find an opportunity to tell Penson and Melissa that about my true weekly salary, Klein thought as he entered his room. After locking the door to his room, Klein sat on the edge of his bed and started his cogitation. He wanted to use the methods to slowly control the power seeping out of his potion. He was very careful and very cautious. He had thought of the term losing control very lightly until he saw the mandated Punisher who had lost control. Of course, he didn't know what mandated Punishers personally. Of course, he didn't know that mandated Punisher personally. He also didn't know what had happened to him. He subconsciously thought of him as an anomaly. Alright, so, a rare case. In the donghua, Havre went and touched Magus, right? And that's why he lost control. But in donghua, it was never mentioned. It did not, yeah. It was just like how an average person would make comments about the murder they saw on the news before forgetting about it entirely. But what happened to old Neil shook Klein greatly. It made him realize very clearly that losing control was always a possibility, always around him. Loss of control might descend upon him in ways he had never thought about. That's also a very normal thing to be paranoid about, by the way. That sure was a bloody lesson. Klein ended his cogitation and muttered to himself as he opened his eyes. He had dreamed of a scene many times in the past few days, jolting awake in the process of finding himself drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't only grieving Unc Neil's death, but also worried about his future. If he didn't have cogitation to let him sleep, he believed there would be many sleepless nights in the future. Other than digesting the potion, I also have to try my best to control my emotions and desires. I have to keep them within reasonable levels and not consumed by them. Okay. Klein exhaled and laid down, quickly falling asleep. Yeah, you have to. On that day, old Neil passed away, done actions and words that touched him greatly. It made him critically assess the responsibilities of a Nighthawk for the first time. It made him want to take up his responsibilities and help his captain and teammates. Thus, he didn't intend to waste his afternoon. He was going to continue his combat lessons. Ooh, okay, smart. He's not gonna skip. Romantic tension? Me and who? The 3 in the afternoon on the Krat training field. The blonde crew-cut Kawain creased his brows as he witnessed Klein slowly familiarize himself with emotions. Oh, Kawain is gonna be like, what? How did you level up so good in one night or whatever? Because, of course, he got to sequence 8 clown. The blonde-eyed, yeah. Going from the movements of a decent beginner to the movements of an apprentice knight who had been practicing for a good 6 months. All this happened in a short span of 40 minutes. He called for Klein and stopped and sized him up. He won't else but ask, what happened? Klein had already come up with an excuse. Oh my god, there we go. Let's see. He was prepared to attribute his performance to scientific research when Gawain added, "You don't need to answer if it is inconvenient for you to do so." Oh, thank you, old man. It looks like there was some communication between the police department and Gawain. It makes sense he has to train beyonders occasionally, so how could he not know? Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he said, "Teacher, how long do you think I'll need before I can take part in actual combat?" Gawain crossed his arms and looked at Klein seriously. He replied with a raspy voice, 2 or 3 days, but that isn't enough. He explained this as if in thought. Being able to take part in actual combat isn't the same as being good at fighting. The latter will take another 2 or 3 weeks. Furthermore, you need to gain mastery of weapons that you can bring with you. For example, a cane, whips, daggers, triangular spikes. Whip is so cool, by the way, like, push, you know? Whip is so cool. He explained as in thought. Furthermore, you need to gain mastery. Yep. There's still so many to learn. There's still so many to learn. Klein was dumbfounded. Gawain accepted his experienced gaze at him. Remember, every drop of sweat you lose here might save your life in the future. Yes, teacher. Klein bumped himself up and answered. Okay. On Sunday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn security company and knocked on the door of the captain's office. Pale eyes. Dunn looked up as if he was expecting this. I forgot to inform you yesterday, your position to the police department has risen from probationary inspector to inspector. Now that you have advanced to sequence 8, I'll let them issue the appropriate documents and epaulets to you as soon as possible. Your weekly salary also increased from £6 to £10. Ooh, it's like, it's a 68. It's like an 80% increase. The search and the police department will each bear half of his salary. Salary is the level of experience Nighthawk, of course. I mean, experience Nighthawk at sequence 9. Captain, are you following the wrong script? Klein was taken aback as he listened to the captain. His eyebrows relaxed as he smiled. That's more than I imagined. That's a lot. 6, 7? He had imagined that his weekly salary would be only increased to £8. Dunn lifted his cup of coffee and took a sip. The increase in salary for Nighthawks is firstly depend on years of service, second on contribution, and third on the level of your job. Third criterion is often highly correlated with your contributions. Right, without any contributions, even if it were one to digest their potion, they would be unable to apply for the formula materials. Klein nodded while in thought. A weekly salary of £10 coupled with any bonuses would mean a yearly salary of about $540. Since he didn't need to pay any taxes, his salary was fairly high in the middle income bracket, just lower than desirable occupations, esteemed lawyers, famous architects, experienced surgeons, and government workers. Sheesh! Even the vice president of the Lowen Kingdom literally only makes £700 a year. That's before tax. That's most £640 after tax. Ooh, taxes are very low. Probably lower. According to the newspaper, a decent house in Background and Hillston only costs about 2.5k. With Benson, Melissa, and my current expenditure, we could buy one in 7 or 8 years. To be able to afford a bungalow in the central area of the capital is just 7 or 8. It's just 7 or 8 years. No, it was nearly 6, 7. Buried through my own efforts. The salary makes me happy indeed. Ryan got up and paid farewell. He quickly walked to the basement and took his shift at Chinese Gate. Before it was 10, he suddenly heard someone approaching Chinese Gate. Soon after, Dunn appeared at the door. There's a case that requires your help. An incident involving Beyonders? Klein instinctively asked. No, a parliamentary representative of the city, Mr. Maynard, was found dead in his house. The Dingen Police Department is under huge pressure and wants us to use a mediumship ritual to help them pinpoint the murderer. Currently, you are the only person on the team who can't do that, Dunn explained. Then he added, the Holy Cathedral will send over a mystery prior to our team next week. Who might that be? Actually, it should be done a long time ago, but you happen to join and chose to be a seer. So, this is Sharon probably, right? I think Sharon is the one that killed Maynard. You're not that late, you're 2 chapters late and we're reading a lot more. So, it will be so much fun. I'm watching Apothecary Diaries. If you haven't seen that show, it's amazing. There's so many mysteries there and I love like trying to figure out the mysteries during the episode. And here we're gonna have another mystery with Maynard, but you know, because of donghua, I know who did it. But I think in Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4, Volume 5, Volume 6, Volume 7, Volume 8 will be legendary, right? We're gonna have so much fucking fun. We're gonna do like, I'm gonna have like fucking notes on the wall about clues. You know that insane gif of like, there's a like a, oh my god, should I get, oh my god, guys, Should I get... do you know in classroom? What's it called? Do you know what's in classrooms? I haven't put ads on. There are no ads. There can't be ads. Do you know in classroom? Chalkboard. I should put chalkboard here. When there's clues, I'll write it down. Oh my god, I'm gonna order one next week. Maybe like a smaller one that I can hold in my hand. That will be so peak. Conspiracy work, basically. Okay, I'm gonna run ads now. Did someone get ads during the chapter? I have ads turned off now. Only manual ads. Oh, I'm gonna get a chalkboard. It's gonna be so fucking cool. I'm actually buzzing for that, dude. I closed something. Buzzing, like I'm excited, you know, buzzing. I don't know when the ad is over, so let's wait for it a little bit. Autopsy. Oh, Maynard's autopsy, I guess. Busting for it? Ah, funny. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I said buzzing. Sure. Autopsy. Okay, let's go. I think that's over. Autopsy. How long has the member of parliament been dead for? Klein asked straightforwardly as he packed up his things. If it was more than 15 minutes, the information that he could obtain would decline considerably. If it's more than an hour, there will be very little left to find. If it's more than a month! Contact with the spirit of the dead will most likely fail. Recapitulation autopsy report shows that Mr. Maynard died between 9 and 11 last night. Tan shook his head and said, "You need to provide assistance and not consider if you can be of use." Alright, Klein took his coat and walked out the duty room. With his hat and key in hand, Tan Smith took his place at China's gate at guard room. Theoretically, as a beyonder, as long as one's spirituality was enhanced, things like spirit vision, divination, and ritualistic magic could be learned, especially for beyonders from the sleepless sequence who were known for their high spirituality. But in actual fact, differences between the various sequences was vastly obvious. Tan Smith and Leonard had learned spirit vision, but they could only see faint white or light blue in auras of others. They're unable to precisely differentiate the status of different body parts. Of course, they could definitely see spiritual with things in spirit vision, but doing so wasn't as effective as using their spiritual perception. True. It also led to a problem with which beyonders and sleepless midnight poets and nightmare sequences didn't enjoy activating their spirit vision. Similarly, if they were willing to, they would also learn spirit pendulums, dowsing, dream divination, and so on, but the rate of success wasn't something worth noting. Same situation with ritualistic magic as well. The two of them walked past one another. Tan suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you." Oh my god, what? Really? That Inspector Toll is in charge of this case. He was waiting for the reception hall in security company. Remember to change into your new uniform and grab your new documents. No, it's not bitch. Okay. I mean, bitch is a police officer. Kinda wasn't surprised and replied with a smile. New uniform, new documents. The Dingen's police department is serious and efficient. Yet just advanced as I could say the day before. Damn, they're acting fast. It's because the case is very important, so Dunn spread his hands and took up Klein's previous spot. Inspector Toll over here. Klein walked. Do you not, pure strawberry? Do you not know, bitch? The police officer, bitch. You don't know, bitch? There's a police officer called bitch. I'm not joking. Klein walked upstairs and wasn't in a hurry to go to the reception hall. He entered the Nighthawk's break room and entered the attached bathroom to relieve himself. First time being. Oh, this is a crazy moment. First time being on the novel. Klein walked upstairs. He wasn't in a hurry. He entered the Nighthawk break room and entered the attached bathroom to relieve himself. There's only a toilet bowl, a water bottle, and a bucket in the duty room. Okay. Then he changed into his... I'm imagining Klein being right now. Okay. Then he changed into the police uniform that revealed his promotion to 2 silver stars and put on his peak cap with the 2 crossed swords and a crown. Yeah, Biatch mountain button. Something like that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop swearing. I swear a lot, I'm so sorry. After transferring his flaring sun charm, Asik's copper whistle, his ritual ingredients and other items, Klein smoothed out his uniform, took his cane, and exited the break room. He passed through the partition and saw Inspector Toll. Is it Tolly or Toll? Sitting in a sofa area. We know him from before. Look, remember the poor QILANGOS and the poor people working at QILANGOS and them dying, and we are investigating. It's been a while since they last met. The tall police officer seemed to have gained some weight, and his stomach was even more outstanding. With his thick mustache and hair, he looked like a brown bear that had just escaped from a circus. Oh, not... Okay, this guy. Yeah. Glad to work with you again, and also it was a Nighthawk that they knew. He let out a breath of relief. He stood up and extended his... I didn't click anything. Let's go with the creepy soundtrack then, I guess. This is Fate. He decided to play on his own. This is from Bloodborne, by the way. I'm glad to work with you again. The Dolly saw that it was Nighthawk and knew. He let out a breath of relief. He stood up and extended his bare paw. Oh my god. No palm. Klein corrected himself and shook the other person's hand and polite gesture. Me too. Dolly stood the glance at Klein too, shimmering silver stars, shoulder trap, and said with envy, "We're the same rank now. It's even been a month." But Klein's person replied solemnly that the danger that we encounter is 10 times worse than yours. But he remembered his identity. Sigurd's 8 clown. Let him give it a try. Using his speciality, looked at the reflection of his facial expression. He lifted his corner of his lips and replied with a smile, "Maybe another few months you'll have to call me sir." "You sure are humorous." Dolly chuckled and pointed at the door. "Shall we head out?" Alright, Klein hadn't given up his cane. Now that he had become a clown, the cane was truly a viable weapon. Smash someone with it, right? What do you mean Dewey will? Dewey will is gonna go down, bro. We're gonna link... Sorry, nothing. After exiting the Blackstone security company, Klein and Dolly walked down side by side, forming a great contrast to the skinniness and fatness of the two. I can imagine that, by the way. I feel like you could even make an audience to the circus laugh, Klein sounded jested. They say it out loud? Jeez, that's disrespectful. Dolly nodded in absolute agreement. Oh my god, he agrees. And said, "Oh, yes, I feel like our fast contrast brings a comedic effect." Do you know that some circuses are trying to use fat and skinny, tall and short clown combinations in their performances? No, actually I meant a beast tamer and a brown bear. Oh, Klein of course won't make such a rude remark. He ran along with it and replied, "It's a pity that there are no fixed circuses in Tingen." "That's right, but we have operas, theaters, and music halls," Inspector Tolly replied wistfully. We casually chatted until they got onto the police carriage, then Klein redirected the topic back to the case. "Is it confirmed that Mr. Maynard was murdered?" "We can't be certain, but his wife and 2 sons are unwilling to believe the possibility that he died to a sudden illness. And there was really something wrong with the scene. When Maynard was found, he was naked on a gruesome bed," Tolly said as he deliberated. "I mean, he died while having sex with an assassin. That's why." Um, He sleeps separately from his wife. Klein leaned back against the carriage wall and mimicked the main character in various detective films. Aura. Dolly shook his head and said, "No, his wife hasn't been in Tingen recently. She went to Backland to attend a very important social ball. You might not know, but she's a leader of a new party. She's a daughter of someone from the House of Commons. She's still on her way back to Tingen via steam locomotive. She merely used the telegram to express her opinion on this matter." Imagine your husband dying and you don't even go back to Tingen. Just send a telegram. That's so fucking sad. Maynard also a member of the new party. She has been a Tingen's member of parliament for more than 10 years. She intends to run for mayor next year's election. In other words, his death might be related to this. Ryan asked casually and immediately laughed. "I'm sorry, I'm only supposed to be helping with the autopsy. The rest of the matter is not within my area of concern. You don't have to answer." Tola didn't mind what side. "Ugh, autopsy. You're very gracious. As for your guesses, I will only say this possibility. There was a gathering last night at Maynard's place. There were too many guests, and we temporarily can't find the main suspects. Plus, these guests have decent backgrounds, so we have to be very careful. Don't make any mistakes." "I understand," I nodded faintly and asked about the details of the scene. What's happening? Maynard's house was a bungalow. What's happening? What did I say wrong? Maynard's house was bungalow located in Golden Indusporo. It was surrounded by gardens and fields. There was a stable, fountain, and a broad pathway built from cement. Ryan put his big hat with the police badge and followed behind Inspector Dolly, then passed through the police streamer. Streamer? Me? And entered the double-story house under the gaze of every policeman present. In the living room there were 2 male and 4 female probationary inspectors who were talking to people individually to gather statements. Ryan looked around and saw many gentlemen in tuxedos, a few ladies in glamorous dresses and checkered coat hats. Oh, a lot of like aristocrats, I guess. The guest who spent the night here," Toll explained and led Klein up to the stairs to the second floor directly. Along the way, when police constable who were searching through the room saw the two, they revealed a look of respect without stopping them. Perhaps it was the effect of Inspector Epaulette's. "This is the ghost room when Maynard's corpse was discovered." The brawny Dolly stopped by the crimson wooden door. Klein laughed and asked, "Which quest was assigned to this quest room?" "Nobody. There are too many guests in the room, so it wasn't used." "There's too many quest rooms in the house. It wasn't used." Dolly put on his white gloves and turned the knob on the crimson wooden door. He made the constable who was keeping watch leave temporarily. Then he nodded at Klein and said, "Inspector Moretti, I'll leave the rest to you. May the goddess bless you, and I hope you find something." May the goddess bless you and hope you find something. Klein put on his white gloves too and locked the door behind him. He walked to the side of the bed and saw the crimson bedsheets were abnormally messy. The corpse laying on it was covered with white cloth. At this point, Klein should be considered to be quite experienced. He pulled away the white cloth without fear and looked at member of the parliament, Maynard. The man was in his 40s. His blonde hair was trimmed short, and his expression was a mixture of pain and happiness. I know why it's happiness. How far are we? Klein took 2 steps back and took out the ingredients he needed. He quickly finished the setup of the mediumship ritual. As the faint calming fragrance swirled around him, he recited the divination statement that he thought of long ago. The cause of Maynard's death. The cause of Maynard's death. As he recited the statement, Klein retreated to the nearby high-back chair and sat down quietly. I think the creepy doesn't fit, so we went back to this. Oh, actually, but no, I was showing the chapter number. As he recited the statement, Klein retracted to a nearby high-back chair and sat down slowly. His eyes darkened and he leaned back and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory and blurry world, he suddenly saw the gentleman from earlier. With the open blue eyes, Maynard was laying prostrate above a woman with an outstanding body and fair skin. He was thrusting hard against her body. He first displayed an expression of extreme satisfaction and happiness. He came. Then he suddenly slashed his chest with his right hand. His expression then grew contoured. Klein said there was a Klein's description, by the way. I know prostrating is, yeah, I know it. It's like bowing down or like down on the floor. Like yeah, I know what you mean. Like yeah. Anyway, outstanding body though. Sheesh. I first displayed expression of extreme satisfaction and happiness. Then he suddenly clutched his chest with his right hand. This expression then grew contorted. Bah! As Maynard felt, the image quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. So, yeah, assassin, right? As Maynard fell, the image quickly shattered. Yeah, I can't believe I can actually watch porn in such a manner. Do you want to watch a 40-year-old bang like a 10 out of 10 though? So Maynard had an affair and died on exhaustion. Klein chuckled and massaged his temples. He took out a pen and paper before doing another ritual. He drew a portrait of the lady. Oh my god, is he gonna draw the outstanding body as well? He drew a portrait of the lady had seen in his dream with the aid of the ritual. Of course, everything below her neck was omitted. No! Klein would have kept it for later, probably. You can see I'm blushing. No, you cannot see me blushing. You can see me blushing. Okay, whatever. I was saying about the outstanding body, that's why. Klein has an outstanding body. Come on. It was a woman whose age was hard to tell. She was a mature, vibrant woman in her 30s, but there was a remnant of innocence to her. Her eyes were crystal clear and she had a delicate look. Klein looked at his work, then put away his ritual ingredients. He dispelled the spirituality wall. He leaned sideways to grab his silver-edged cane. Suddenly he heard the reverberating sound of someone clearing their throat. I immediately got goosebumps. Klein looked toward the bed and saw Maynard gripping the crimson bedsheet so tightly that the tendons of the backs of his hands were what the fuck? Protruding out. The swoosh of the member of the parliament who died between 9 and 11 the previous night suddenly sat up. Saliva drooled from the corners of his lips as he opened his vacant eyes wide. I forgot this from the... Did this happen in donghua? Huh. 9/11. Yep, yes, 9/11. Oh, that's it. Okay, 173. This was cut. Okay, obviously the sex scene was also cut as well, right? So we are going towards the Sharon bot line with Maynard, and I feel like we're gonna get like Lanavus's reveal is gonna happen around like 195 or something, and then we're gonna leave the last like 15-20 chapters for the Doomsday, and we have our Inns reveal as well. So I'm guessing what's gonna happen next is what happened to donghua as well, but I am enjoying the can I be honest with you guys? I was having fun with the donghua, but I'm having like 10 times more fun with the novel. So when we reach volume 2, I'm gonna have like 300 times the fun of the of first novel probably. So zombification, let's go. Let's get into it. At first. Novel is so big, man. I mean, I'm reading the novel, but I meant like the next level. Exactly, username. I have a big plan. I have so many plans. This is the first novel you read? That's cool. Good luck reading any other novel, because I think this is like one of the best, right? I can't wait. I can't wait, man. Next year is gonna be amazing. 2026 will be my year. Just saying. Zombification. Before Klein could come up with any new ideas, he saw a rigid Maynard lift both of his hands up. Its body lunged forward to his left amidst the sound of hurling wind. In the past, his told the reactions under such sudden, unexpected situations would have made it hard for him to avoid this. Even if he had noticed the attack ahead of time, he would have had to roll away to avoid the fast-moving corpse. But now, Klein could nearly react on instinct. He stomped down with his bright panelless leather boots and jumped diagonally onto the high-back chair. As it had only been a day since he advanced, he was still used to his power, age, agility and speed. He had accidentally leaped too high into the air and landed on the top of the chair high back. It was narrow edge. Klein's heart tightened as he quickly controlled his body, adjusted his center of gravity. He wavered for a moment and surprisingly managed to stabilize himself. Like a black cat flaunting its balance and poise. Oh my god, like from the from remember one of those chippies where Klein was like balancing and it was like a cat. Remember? He wavered for a moment and surprisingly managed to stabilize himself, like a black cat flaunting balance and poise. As he was wavering, he flayed his left arm, swinging his cane into the zombie's ribs as it bounced forward. The strike caused it to lose its balance as it staggered and fell onto the carpet. Klein was standing on top of the chair and he felt for his revolver. By raising his right arm, he attempted to pull it out from the holster so that he could deliver a silver demon-hunting bullet at the zombie in front of him. But in that instant, he suddenly wondered about the aftermath. If he were to blow a hole in Member of Parliament Maynard's corpse, how was he going to explain the cause of death to the deceased family or members of Parliament who were focusing on the matter? All I did was double tap his corpse. As he was thinking, Klein reached into the pockets of his police uniform and felt for a triangular plate. Oh, slumber charm. Oh, the Requiem charm. He quickly made a decision. He took out a silver amulet without hesitation and let out a low shout in Hermes, Crimson. As the incantation reverberated within the room, the charm started to release a peaceful aura. Klein quickly infused his spirituality into the amulet and tossed it to zombie Maynard, who was struggling to get up. Okay, let's see. A cold blue fire appeared, enveloping the triangular plate. Okay, so you just burned him instead now. A serene and gentle black aura spread forth rapidly, eliminating the anxiety and worry of the soul. Zombie Maynard stopped there, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. Oh, it's to burn the evil spirit, and the corpse itself didn't get harmed. Okay, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. His saliva dripped onto the carpet. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and planned to take out the materials and set up a ritual to purify the desecrated being. But suddenly Maynard once again let out a groan. His blank eyes focused on the left pocket of Klein's police uniform again. Why? Shit. Klein leaped from the top of the chair at the edge of the oriel window. Damn, he's so agile, man. At the same time, he heard the sound of the chair breaking. Klein had no choice but to take out a rectangular silver plate. The slumber charm. It wasn't only living things that could be put into deep sleep. The dead were in the state of the eternal sleep and would only be woken up under unusual circumstances. In certain books of mysticism, there were even such descriptions regarding zombies. They slumber by the day and wake up in the night. Crimson. Klein once again recited the incantation Hermes. He tended to disregard the consequences and shoot the corpse with his revolver if that failed again. The problems that came later wouldn't matter if he was dead. As he felt the silver rectangular plate in his palm turn cold, Klein injected his spirituality into it and tossed the charm out. A dark red flame illuminated his eyes as the sound of a light explosion reverberated around the room. A gentle power spread forth, bringing with a fatigue that affected every living being. Zombie Maynard had just propped himself up using the chair when he wavered, his eyes closed, and he fell on his back with a plop. With that had just happened, Klein didn't dare to relax. Immediately he took out a mantha, distilled from light vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile, as well as the bark of a chago tree and the full moon essence oil made from moonflowers. He quickly set up a sacrificial altar. Okay, ritual time. Oof. I just said go back to sleep. Yep. Fuck your eternal, I mean, not anymore eternal sleep, but went back to eternal sleep. Right on heels of that, he sealed the surrounding area with spirituality wall with aid of holy night powder. Encompassing the altar and the sleeping zombie Maynard. After silently reciting the incantation and lighting 3 corresponding candles, he dipped a few drops of essential oil extract and scattered various powders onto the flames. Klein then took a step back and cautiously looked at zombie Maynard. He then recited Hermes. I pray for the loving grace. I pray that you look over your loyal guardian. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the power of sleep and silence. I pray that you purify the unclean being around me, the gentleman once called John Maynard. Ooh, so purifying it from the evil spirit. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon. Please bestow your powers in my incantation. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the moon. Red moon, please bestow your powers into my incantation. It was as if midnight breeze flew within the wall of spirituality. A thin wheel of black steam started to billow from zombie Maynard. When everything settled, Klein used his spirit vision and divination to repeatedly confirm that the zombie won't awaken once more. After seeing the result, his worries eased. He ended the ritual and expelled the wall of spirituality. Okay, good. Why would he suddenly come back to life? Klein stood in front of Maynard, who was on the carpet. He knitted his brows as he looked down at corpse. Though beyond her with high spirituality sensitivity, there were obvious signs to note if a corpse would come back to life or not. Much less Klein, who was a seer. He often had premonition of similar matters, but what had happened just now completely took him by surprise. Unless there is a more mysterious influence at play, just like what happened with Sue the Clown. Klein recalled the scene in his head and faintly sensed the problem. Someone is controlling your fate. Zombie Maynard had been trying to attack the left pocket of the police uniform. Yeah, what is in there? The sun charm? Left pocket, or maybe it's the... what was the other item? Ozzy gave him copper whistle, I think. Left pocket, then reached for the pocket with his left hand. He took out an ancient copper whistle. Yeah, it was inside. It was copper whistle guarded with many mysterious patterns. Was the copper whistle used to summon Ozzy's messenger? Why would he... I'm guessing the copper whistle has like a lot of aura to it, that like maybe some dead are driven to it because of Death himself. Maybe the copper whistle belonged to Death before Isaac. Interesting. Copper whistle zombified Maynard. Oh, I was thinking of something else. I thought Sharon zombified Maynard, but that also makes more sense because of, you know, Isaac is kind of like a necromancer. Necromancer. That's quite plausible. Even if Mr. Isaac is in the descendant of Death, he definitely has a certain connection with Death. It's logical that the objects that he carries with will produce such an effect. True, actually. Klein nodded in thought. He took out a copper penny and did a quick divination about his conclusion. Smart, Klein. As he was at the scene of the incident holding the relevant objects and had ample information, he quickly got a result. He saw the copper penny fall into his palm, portrait facing up. This means yes, okay. Okay, so he was zombified because of the copper whistle. Then it's not just an ordinary whistle. But I'm guessing Isaac would have been able to control the zombified Maynard, but I'm guessing Klein can't control him because Klein is not on the corpse pollator pathway. This means yes, to think that Mr. Isaac wouldn't remind me to be cautious that these things could happen. Well, he's an amnesiac, so it's not uncommon to forget this. Besides the copper whistle, maybe he didn't know this can happen. Besides, the copper whistle might not have had negative effects when it was on him. There's a high possibility that it was suppressed. I shouldn't take this copper whistle with me then, when I'm at the cemeteries or ancient castles, exactly, that are prone to hauntings. Otherwise, I'll just finding trouble for myself and crazily court death. Klein silently made a mental note. Then he carried the naked Maynard back into the bed without much effort. Looking at the obvious mark on the corpse left behind by the stroke of the gain, Klein sighed. He covered the corpse with a piece of white cloth and pretended not to notice. Huh. I leave this problem to the police department to vex over it. Oh, and 2 charms. I can't be considered a mission-related expenses, so I can get compensated. Nice, just like old Neil now. He thought as he backed up, he then looked at the portrait and unlocked the door. The door opened with a squeak, and Klein saw Inspector Dolly, who had been guarding outside, not allowing anyone to come near. Did Dolly not hear the commotion that was happening inside? What happened just now? Dolly asked in doubt and worry. He could faintly hear the action going on in the room. Okay, it just answered immediately. What did I forget? What did Kin say? Oh. He forgot how to use it, yeah. He could definitely faintly hear the action going on in the room. Klein smiled and deliberately said with a little exaggeration. Remember the Parliament Maynard came back to life and tried to give me a passionate hug. Don't joke like that. Dolly looked into the room in exasperation. Why so serious? Klein said, throwing up his hands. Why so serious? To the unconfirmed reason, Member of Parliament Maynard became a zombie. Well, the kind of thing that will happen if ghost stories. Fortunately, I hadn't left yet, so I used ritualistic magic to purify the desecration, allowing him to return to his eternal slumber. Is this related to the cause of death? Dolly asked, his expression stern. I cannot give you the answer to that. I don't even know what the problem is. You should know that in your field, unexplainable things are common occurrence, Klein said. He then looked at the portrait in his hand. When I was doing the mediumship ritual, I saw the scene of Maynard's death. He was engaging in some activities that should only be done between a husband and wives with this woman. And at the climax of his joy, he clutched his chest where the heart is. So basically, this does happen to old people, by the way. Old people do get like heart attacks when they are, you know, climaxing. sometimes. So this is like plausible. You mean that's the ghost of death? Tolle gave him a nudge and wink look. You mean that is the ghost of death? In theory, yes, but you should wait for autopsy. Klein handed the portrait over to Inspector Tolley. Tolley only had glanced it when he exclaimed, "Madame Sharon!" Klein looked at him lost. Is she very famous? Yeah, judging from her looks and figures, she should be famous. Wait, yes, judging from her looks and figures, she should be famous, he lampooned in his heart. In his heart! This time, by the way. What the hell? In his heart. Tolle looked around and introduced her in somewhat excited manner. Why? Why are you excited? Madame Sharon is the prettiest widow in Dingen City. She's the most sought-after lady in social settings. She was the second wife of Baron Koi, who unfortunately became widowed. Oh, Koi as in like the Koi River? Oh, I remember him from donghua actually. She is welcomed by many amongst the nouveau rich merchants and aristocrats, someone who can be invited to banquets by both the Conservative Party and the New Party. It's rumored that she had and her stepson, the current Baron Koi, are on friendly terms with many nobles and senior civil servants in Backland. She's a powerful lady. To think that she and Member of Parliament Maynard had such a relationship. Simply put, she's an exceptional socialite. Klein secretly concluded. She's like the Tingen's communal pike, I guess, with like rich people. Klein secretly concluded. He turned around and pointed into the room. The next part is not included in my job description. How you interrogate Madame Sharon is one of my business. I also hit a member of Parliament Maynard with a cane before purification. Let him deal with it and think of an explanation. Damn! Putting it on Tolley? I mean, Tolley is gonna be like, oh, we dropped him on the floor or something. Il a pooned in his heart, yeah. Madame Sharon. So, yeah, I mean, this scene was completely cut off. So the copper whistle can bring people back and turn corpses, and I'm guessing like skeletons, like in a graveyard, into like a zombies. And I'm guessing Azik can also control these zombies. Obviously, I don't think Klein could control Maynard. Maybe someone with a whistle, like you know, blow the whistle, but then the messenger will appear, so no. I'm guessing a lot of like Azik's items that he left behind have very powerful effects. And we know that, you know, you can put beyond their powers in artifacts. So maybe I'm 100% sure that, you know, raising the dead to become your army like a necromancer is like a sequence 3 or 4 ability. Like I'm pretty sure that in the sleepless path, in the corpse collector pathway, there's sequence called necromancer, right? You can do kind of things. Anyway. Let's run an ad and then let's read 174. Madame Sharon. I wanna see like a fan art of Madame. Why was there no fan art of Madame Sharon getting back shots from Maynard? Madame Sharon. What? The bear like totally jumped in shock and looked at Klein before looking into the room. With agility that wasn't suited to his body, he dashed in. Oh my god. He pulled back the white cloth that covered the corpse, and after examining the body carefully, he heaved a breath of relief. Oh, it's better than I imagined. It's not a serious problem. Maybe I should draw my revolver and shot Maynard 5 times with demon hunting bullets. Let's see if you find serious or not. Klein lampooned inwardly and pointed outside the door. That's all you need from me, right? No! Dolly shouted. Wait a moment. When asked, puzzled why. Dolly explained seriously. We have to prevent any accidents from happening. I have to talk to Madame Sharon and get her testimony. I'll send you back to Sutland Street. If Maynard can resurrect after being dead for 10 hours, what else couldn't happen? What would I do if you leave? Dolly added in his head. Alright, Klein massaged his temple and said, find a quiet room for me to rest in then. I wasn't feeling his best in every aspect as he had just advanced a day ago. Having just performed multiple ritual ceremonies, used huge charms, and suffered a non-trivial scare, he needed to enter cogitation to eliminate any problems. Klein was now extremely cautious about losing control. Yeah, I mean, it can really get into your head and mess you up. Thank you, Gin. Thank you so much. But no backshots? Okay. I'm just joking, by the way. Tolla covered the dead body with the white cloth again. He obviously relaxed and replied, no problem. He brought Klein to the guest room that was closer to the sunlit side of the house. He pointed and said, Inspector Moretti, don't worry, no one will disturb you. I'll be paying Madame Charan a visit first. Klein nodded slightly and watched him walk away. Then he closed the door and drew the curtains. In the dim and silent bedroom, he slowly walked over to the rocking chair and sat down comfortably. He allowed his body to rock back and forth rhythmically. That's cool. There were countless spherical phantasmal lights overlapping in his mind. The buzzing sounds in Klein's ears and the dropping ache in his head slowly vanished bit by bit. When the situation stabilized, he opened his eyes and looked into the darkness. He outlined bed, cupboard and other furniture. Then he calmly thought about his earlier attempts. There isn't much feedback from a few X-rated jokes. Maybe I have yet to control powers of the clown potion, as there are still remnant negative effects. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that such acting has a little effect. Personally, I'm not quite willing to play the role of clown, but since I picked the sequence pathway, I can only bite the bullet and continue. Actually, everyone has to act like a clown at one point or another. True in their lives. I don't have to be so uncomfortable with the idea. I have to quickly understand the clown's core elements. A various thoughts stirred in his mind. Klein suddenly took out a brass halfpence. Most out of habit, he divined if Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Very good, by the way, Klein. I was gonna ask soon, like, when are you gonna do that? Most of out of habit, he divined if Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Maybe it's occupational hazard. Klein shook his head and laughed. His eyes grew dark and recited repeatedly. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Ding! He flipped the coin and slouched into the rocking chair. He watched its brass luster twinkle as it rotated in the air. Buck! The coin fell right into Klein's open arm. Everything the number 1 and 1 tooth facing up. A negative answer. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I guess not supernatural, but it was Beyonders. Was involved. Negative answer, in other words, there weren't any supernatural influences involved in John Maynard's death. I mean, Maynard and his wife didn't even have a good relationship, because when Maynard died, his wife didn't even bother to come back to Dingen from Bankland, right? Like, it was whatever. Like, I'm just gonna send a telegram. I guess the man died of orgasmic pleasure. The sea shouldn't be laughed at, so I won't be using an in-speed Chinese phrase to mock him. What's the in-speed Chinese phrase, guys? Klein put away his coin and allowed his thoughts to wander before he nearly fell asleep. Under the slow and rhythmic knocking, Klein tidied his clothing, put on his policeman peak cap, and walked to the door. One tooth? Like 1, 2, tooth? No? Is it not 1 second? No, what? One, I don't know, man. Just as his right palm touched the knob, a scene appeared in his mind. The bear-like Inspector Dolly was standing outside the door and puffing his collar. His expression looked disturbed and helpless. Klein turned the knob and opened the door leisurely. Inspector Dolly appeared before him as he pulled at his collar. Oh, sorry for making you so long. Sorry for making you wait so long. Already found Madame Sharon and obtained her statement. You can return to Suitland Street. I'm really sorry for taking up your precious time. Klein asked the reason for his current emotion, but he smiled and said, Madame Sharon admitted that she was with Maynard last night. So, isn't it kind of suspicious, Dolly, that, you know, she didn't say it before? I'm gonna look after this, okay? Did Madame Sharon admit that she was with Maynard last night? Yes, she said that under the influence of alcohol, she and Maynard didn't manage to control themselves. When she found out he died of a heart attack, she was very afraid, so she fled the room after she tidied herself up. She then hid in her own guest room. We don't have enough reason to raise charges against her right now, so we had to let her go while restricting some of her freedom. We'll wait for the autopsy. Inspector Dolly explained in detail. Interesting how you, Sharon didn't report it, you know, just... You were scared. Okay. Klein leaned his head sideways and smiled. Who explained this to you? Dolly shook his head and forced a bitter smile. Ugh, yeah, I don't have to explain this to you. I'm just frustrated by Mrs. Maynard, and I started blabbering without realizing it. Maynard's wife is back, Klein answered in response. Yes, unfortunately there is something abnormal about the steam locomotive. It wasn't late. Dolly gave an affirmative answer in a joking manner. Klein didn't ask further, but checked if he had all his personal belongings before following Inspector Dolly down the stairs. Why aren't you arresting her? Why aren't you arresting her? She's a murderer. I want to sue her. I want you to sue all of your negligence of duty. I'll the best lawyers to sue you. Arthur mocked in the Klein's ears. He looked, and over subconsciously, he saw a voluptuous and fair middle-aged lady staring angrily across her. Voluptuous means fat, right? But nice. Despite having two young men holding her arm, she continued yelling at them. A very trendy regal gown in background this year. Having frequently read the magazine Ladies Aesthetic, the first thought of Klein's mind was something unrelated to the situation. It didn't saw a few gentlemen protecting a lady behind them. The lady was in long black dress with a fair, smooth skin, waterfall-like brown hair, brown eyes. She looked as pitiful as fawn in the woods. Fawn is a baby deer, right? It made people want to protect her involuntarily. Madame Sharon, Klein suddenly thought of the porno she had stared in. He quickly lifted his right hand, covered his mouth, and coughed twice. Out of habit, he tapped his left mouth twice and observed the people present with spirit vision. There's some sort of problem with Mrs. Maynard's body. The colors of her aura are thinner from the colors of her emotions. She's definitely feeling anger and hatred, which is consistent with her outward appearance. Huh? The color of Madame Sharon's emotions are shaded in blue, which represents rational thinking and calmness. This is totally contrary to her appearance of panic and nervousness. As expected, a socialite and no innocent bunny, her body is very healthy. Yeah, she's acting right there. She's acting. After examining Klein was about to retract his gaze when he suddenly saw Madame Sharon lift her head and steal a glance in his direction. Then she lowered her head again and put on a trembling, trepid look. If I couldn't see your emotional colors directly, I might have been fooled by your act. You should consider working as an actress, Klein lampooned. He didn't stay any longer and left Maynard's house with Inspector Dolly. They took the carriage arranged by the police station and returned to Suitland Street. After taking over the shift from Captain, he continued to stay on duty as Chinese Gate. he took the opportunity to write a claims application. After an uneventful night, Klein returned upstairs and received the breakfast that he had requested Roseanne to buy for him. Oh, poor Roseanne. He's talking to Roseanne for the first time after old Neil's death, by the way. Big breasts. He had already passed the money for breakfast of time. Also, the train being not late and like coming early is a coincidence, surely, right? No, like actually, in the donghua, it was really weirdly made where we heard Ince or 008 talking, I think it was Ince, saying that, oh, Mrs. Maynard is screaming at Miss Sharon. Remember that? Had already passed her money for breakfast of time. Really? I can try it tomorrow then? Roseanne replied happily. The corner of Klein's lip twitched as he focused on his paddle with the milk and pastry. Paddle? At 25 minutes past 8, he yawned and fought back the urge to fall asleep. He arrived at the nearby tuning club. No, Fanbur, you missed the board. I'm joking. He had to make an appointment. What's wrong with today's stream, man? He made an appointment with Asylum Dr. Daxter. Ooh, a new Daxter scene. A few days back. Bang, bang, bang. In a small shooting range, Klein and Daxter aimed at their own targets and finished their cylinder of bullets. Clank, clang. Daxter flipped and released empty shells that examined Klein in interest. You're much more confident than before. You're much more confident than before. Of course, at Advanced Sequence 8, I now possess actual combat ability. Klein reflected on his own facial expression and body movements in his head and deliberately acted arrogantly. Because I only used about a month's time to master the power of my potion completely. Daxter pouted slightly and said, although that is something to be proud of, there's no need to say it all the time. Hey, a spectator, you didn't see through my performance. From the looks of it, a clown has the power to suppress a specter's ability. Klein smiled at this discovery and asked, how's good Eugen recently? Damn, that's actually cool. I didn't know that. I wonder if some like sequences some pathways counter other pathways. Although freaky things happen this stream. He's gone insane for real. Dexter. He's gone insane for real. Daxter paused and continued. I probed him with various methods. He really has gone insane. I'm considering whether to begin medicating him to see if I can treat him. A Sequence 7 psychiatrist actually pretended to be a mental patient. Even though he was giving treatments to other patients, it doesn't align with the core element of the potion's name. That was an incorrect way of using the acting method. Yeah, remember last stream, like we discussed the essence of the name and the action. No wonder that he went insane. Klein Thoden said before he went insane. Before he went insane, did you find out who got contact with him? Come on, Lanavus. Besides the doctors, patients, nurses, and all job workers in the asylum, there were no outsiders that had contact with him. Dexter confidently replied. Klein briefly acknowledged that, as he said, how about even earlier? Is there anyone that visited him, or did he leave the asylum regularly for a period of time? In order to follow through with his initial promise, Klein never asked anything about Hood Eugen in his first few meetings. Daxter fell in deep thought. It took him some time before he said, besides a member of the psychology alchemist, there weren't any more than 5 people that visited him. One of them came twice. His name was L. Without Klein asking, continued, but I heard from Hood Eugen that L was a pseudonym. His real name was Lanevus. Lanevus, making a full circle back, finally, after like 100 chapters or something. I mean, there was mentioned last time when we met Magus, for the very first time in the what's it called, Divination Club, right? So I wonder if this is gonna lead to Klein somehow finding the Red Chimney House. I don't think he ever finds it though. Yeah. But we are getting closer to Dingin's Doomsday. Which, you know, following my prediction of when it happens, I think we're on track. I think it by like chapter 195. Because we still have the Sharon storyline as well with Mr. Maynard, and we also have the stuff going on in Backland, and I think like at least 3 more or 2 more Mondays. Megus. I think it's actually Megus or like Megus or something like that. Let me actually, I think it's a real name, so we can just do this. Megus pronunciation. Mongoose?
Mongoose.
Mongoose. Oh, I think it's like this. Wait. All hail Eindu. Oh my god. What's up, Crix? I'm like, who's hailing me? Megus is a made-up name then. We can't look it up. Megus? Megus. Pronoun name. Okay, it's Megus. Okay, guys? I'm gonna say Megus. Sure, I'm still streaming for like 3 more hours, I think, Rick, so I'm not sure if you can today. But I'm at that point on Bilibili where I need to submit my ID. So I need to take pictures of my ID. I'm not sure if you did that or not. Okay, let's go. I did not run an ad, so I have to do it again. Okay, Grix, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, happy holidays. What's all that Bilibili talk? Oh, I do donghua reactions as well, and I'm gonna upload my reactions to Bilibili. But it requires ID and stuff like that, so. And I had to practice Chinese, but let me try to read it. Where is it written? Dai Cha Hao, Wa Hui Ba Reaction, Fazai Shan Shang, Don't Banyun Word Reaction, Xie Xie. That's horrible, right? I have to practice for like 45 minutes. That was horrible. Wu Hui Ba Reaction, Fazai Ba Shan Shang. You don't need to speak in Chinese. I wanna. I want to. That's what I want. I want to do like 2 lines in the beginning in Chinese. That's what I want to do. That's my goal. And then I'm gonna speak English after that. Okay, let's go with 175. I need to practice though. Deduction. Ooh. Saturday, September 1. So we have 3 Dara Club meetings as well. Okay, thank you, Crix. That's so cool. Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you for the tips, by the way. I'll check yours and Adam's trailers. I'm not gonna copy, but I'm gonna get inspired. No worries, man. Don't worry. Thank you so much. Deduction. Lanevos, that criminal who cheated both money and sex? Why is it always about sex? To think that he had a connection to Hudyugen from the psychology alchemists. Klein froze for a moment when he heard the name. He immediately thought about the implication name Lanevos had. He's the cheat that escaped with more than 10,000 pounds. Just providing a clue would earn me 10 pounds, and if I help capturing this moving treasury, I'll earn 100 pounds. He's a scum that took advantage of the bodies and feelings of innocent women. Yeah, Mekus. The thing that he knew, that he knows Hudyugen and went to visit him 3 times at the mental asylum. Does this mean that he's connected to the Beyonder Circle? Or that he's a Beyonder himself? Klein suddenly recalled the name of a potion. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 8 Swindler. Fucking hell, Klein, that was quick, actually. That was such a quick deduction, man. These Beyonders took pleasure in swindling others. It's very possible, Klein nodded in thought. He controlled his facial expression and body language, feigning nonchalance as he asked. Then, when was Mr. Lanevus' last visit to Hudyugen? We had different personalities, yeah. Does Eindu gain a lot of fan arts? Maybe like once every 3 months? It's very possible, Klein nodded in thought. He controlled his facial expressions and body language, feigning nonchalance as he asked. Then when was Mr. Lanevus' last visit to Hudyugen? Early July. I would have to check the registration records of mental asylum to give you a specific date, Daxter Guderian replied after a few seconds of thought. Lanevus' scam hadn't been exposed back in early July and he hadn't left Dingen. Klein then asked, does Hudyugen mention this person usually? No, you should understand that a Sequence 7 psychiatrist will never reveal something by accident. Every word that they say have been deliberated over thoroughly. It will be impossible to learn their secrets unless they have some other hidden motives. I was only able to get the telepathy's formula after Hudyugen went mad. Alright, have you determined the authenticity of the formula? Daxter explained, hid his feelings of pride toward his pathway potion. Klein laughed and replied, it's authentic. It's authentic. When you need to at once, you can use to concoct your potion without worry. We can help if the psychology alchemists are unable to provide you with ingredients. Also, how have you been lately? Oh, that's nice of Klein to ask. Because Klein always asks, you know, what did you find? What is it? What are you doing? Klein never asks, how are you doing? So this is cool. Not too bad. Other than being a little worried about Hudyugen's condition, I feel rather relaxed. I no longer have symptoms of split personality. You helped me greatly in this regard, Daxter Guderian said, full of emotion. Klein wore a humble expression. What's a humble expression like? Like a smug expression? You gonna draw me? Make me look beautiful. Make me look beautiful. Wait. I'll stand up so you have a better reference. I'll stand up. Stand tall. Okay, like this. Thank you. Klein wore a humble expression. It's only right. Let's return to the topic at hand. Since you said that psychiatrists will deliberate over their every word before uttering it and won't easily reveal the secrets, why did Hudyugen tell you that L is Lanevus? Was he hinting at something, or was he trying to warn you of anything? Daxter froze for a moment and creased his brows. This is really weird to think that I didn't notice this. Other than that, Hudyugen didn't mention anything else. Could this multi be for me to tell the upper echelons of the association about the name Lanevus should he meet with any problems? The association reaction seemed strange too. After I informed them about Hudyugen's insanity, they did send a liaison. After I described every detail, including Lanevus' name, there were no more replies from the upper echelons. It was like being stone cast in the ocean. Will this mean that they figured something out? A reasonable deduction. Klein took his demon hunting bullets and stuffed them into his revolver, then took aim at the target. Wait, let me Google liaison. Communication or cooperation which facilitates a close working relationship between people and organizations. He went insane because of getting in contact with the true creator though, right? So I wonder how much of that actually fucked up Lanevos's plan though. If that didn't happen, I think Lanevos would have succeeded, right? Not Lanevos, sorry, Ince. Try and beardless. What's not pronounced? Oh, Liaison? Okay, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Anyway. Perhaps some kind of temptation would made him choose to take the risk climate, I guess. At the same time, he felt that it was regrettable that Hudyugan had really become a mental patient. This compromised such of information that he might have otherwise gotten. Wait! So, oh my god, so Ince probably wanted Hudyugan to go insane then. Jesus fucking Christ, how many things? Even a dead person is better than lunatic. I can use mediumship rituals to make the dead talk, but can I do with lunatic? Alright, Madame Dali once tried to use mediumship rituals to call upon my lost memories. The theory behind the mediumship rituals comes to have been derived from psychology alchemists. I mean, Ince did succeed, that's the thing, bro. Yeah, like, oh, Ince would have succeeded. No, Ince did succeed. He literally completed his plan. What the fuck was he saying, dude? So, yeah, I mean, they wanted Klein to be there. But I don't know if Ince realized that Klein survived. He cannot have, right? Ince can only dictate future events. He didn't know that Klein was a transmigrator. And that makes sense because, you know, they were confused when, you know, Klein came back from the dead. Yeah, okay. Damn. I have to look in, man. The theory behind the mediumship ritual seems to have been derived from the psychology alchemist. This means that I can also use the mediumship rituals in the living and create a scenario where I interact with the spirit directly using my spirit. I wonder if Hudyugan will still be insane under those conditions. Unfortunately, I am not advanced enough in this field, so I don't think I will be able to do it. I call upon the the messenger, and ask Madame Dali about it first. You'll see if I can provide me with any techniques. If she thinks that only she can accomplish it, then I'll tell the captain and get him to send a telegraph to Backland to request for assistance. I'll definitely not taking the troublesome course of action just because I want to learn the technique and attempt a ritual to summon the messenger. Many thoughts ran through Klein's mind before he gradually narrowed it down to a single line of thought that could solve the problem. Daxter approved of his guess. Greed always makes one foolish, even if the person knows there's only the abyss in front of him. He still attempts to walk at the edge and take a peek. This is called crazily testing the limits of fate, Klein lampooned. Try your best to treat Hudyugan after returning to mental asylum. Try to keep him sober for periods of time and get some clues out of him. Also, don't hide your worries and anxiety. Establish more connections with psychology alchemists and put pressure on them to solve Hudyugan's problems. That's the most normal and reasonable reaction. Daxter nodded seriously. I'll try my best. Use the right pronouns. I'll try my best. Klein didn't say anymore. After some deliberation, he asked, has there been any abnormalities with Hudyugan's body recently? For example, thin scales growing on some parts of his body, or like losing control? Near insanity, true insanity, and losing control were all descriptions of varying levels of beyonder when something was wrong with them. The least severe of conditions were when their attitude changed, as if they had become a new person, but they were still capable of rational thoughts and actions. That was near insanity. Insanity was more severe in that person would lose all logic, becoming a maniac, and was difficult to communicate with. Those that could be saved were those whose body and mind had become monsters, completely losing control. Yeah. Sometimes, if the problem wasn't dealt with promptly, insanity would lead to losing control. Before this, to avoid exposing the informant within the psychology alchemists, Dunn instructed the Nighthawks not to immediately deal with Hudyugen. Instead, they switched to surveillance to ensure that Hudyugen didn't lose control. But if there were no signs of him losing control, they would have to deal with him immediately. Daxter shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. No, you can't. I can ease your concern. I'm also very afraid that Hudyugen will lose control, so I'm paying very close attention to detail. After all, I'm the Medal Asylum 6 at the 6 times a week. Damn, okay. Damn. Hello, masters. Why are you bullying Lucy Ram? What the hell? Hello, Lucy. Yeah, I was just reading Master's message. People don't like her. She's the aunt of our community. She's one of the great pillars and cornerstones of this community. And I shall not let you slander her like that. Yay, thank you. After exchanging a few more words, they left the shooting range 10 minutes apart. Klein fought back his intense desire to sleep and took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. He opened the door and saw his sister sitting on the sofa. She was neither reading nor was she fiddling with machinery parts. She was just staring blankly ahead, as if she had lost her soul. That's so scary, don't do that. Tapping his smaller squeak gently, Klein activated his spirit vision and asked, puzzled, Melissa, did something happen? She looks healthy based on her colors of her aura, not malnourished like she was before. Aww. Melissa retracted her gaze and pursed her lips, then looked at the kitchen, which was producing some noise. Bella has been recommending the way that her family prepares breakfast back at home. She said that it's very delicious. I agreed to let her try out this morning. That's why, Melissa had nothing to do, by the way. What method is that? Kind of that ominous feeling. Cooking all of the leftovers in a pot and adding water and bread, Melissa repeated softly. This is the standard recipe for food of unknown origins. Klein pinched his forehead. And so? We shouldn't waste food. Melissa bit her lips and nodded. Sis, I feel like you're questioning life. By the way, don't waste food, please. Supermarket, for real, by the way, real talk to you guys, don't waste food. Supermarkets already throw out food, and we also don't eat 40% of the food that we produce. So yeah, and also 9 million people die of hunger every year, right? So don't waste food, okay? I know it might not change anything. You think it might not change anything, but it's if everyone does it, then it becomes better, I guess. Anyway, sis, I feel like you're questioning life. Klein cleared his throat and suppressed his desire to laugh. He then asked, Where's Benson? Where's Benson? In the bathroom. Melissa broke free of her daze as her eyes regained their luster. At that moment, he heard the sounds of flushing from the bathroom. Benson came out with a newspaper in hand after having a massive shit. My dear Klein, shall we get you a portion of breakfast? No, I already eaten. Klein shook his head resolutely, feeling lucky that he arranged to meet Daxter in the morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Roseanne to buy breakfast for him. That's right. How regrettable. Otherwise, you will change your views on my culinary skills and be filled with confidence about it. Benson let out a self-deprecating laugh. What the fuck, Fanber? At this moment, Melissa noticed something. She turned to look Klein and said, "You're back rather late today. Sis, be more innocent and lively. Don't worry about me all the time." The state that you were in just now was great, Klein immediately smiled. Wow, Klein, you should not say that. I have good news. You passed the examination of the police department and obtained increased salary? Melissa asked without thinking. I'm glad you asked. Benson also smiled and nodded. Klein grabbed his hat and stood at the edge of the living room, he said in amusement. How am I supposed to surprise you guys like that? After he added with a dry laugh. Yes, my salary has increased several fold. He his recent increment of 4 additional pounds a week. He needed to set up a small piggy bank for himself. After all, he couldn't just rely on money in the work account. Furthermore, mentioning that his salary had increased several fold was enough to scare his siblings. £6? Melissa exclaimed in shock, finding it bizarre. I really need to change my job. Benson stroked his hairline. Who strokes their hairline? What the fuck? Who strokes their hairline? With the information Klein provided him, he had been putting a lot of effort into his studies. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Melissa said with a delighted expression, "Actually, it's £8. Oh no, it's £10. In that case, after deducting normal expenses, you'll be able to save up enough money in 2 or 3 years to meet the standard of marriageable gentlemen." Well, it was Elizabeth who told me about the standards. Klein said a loss amused. Klein said at a loss amused. That's something to be considered in the far future. Shouldn't we celebrate? I hereby announce that from today on, our staple food shall become white bread. After my workload decreases, we shall go try out delicacies from the different restaurants. Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna be so cool. Oh. Melissa glanced at him as she thought she did not hear what Klein had said. She said, "Benson and I are attending a mass at the St. Selena's Cathedral. Do you want to come?" "I'm praising the goddess every day," Klein laughed. I need to catch up on sleep. Always stroke my hair. Hairline. It didn't say stroke hair. It said stroke hairline. Like, do you go like this? Like, trace your hairline? Or do you stroke your hair like a normal person? He slept until 12:30 in the afternoon. After he had lunch with Benson and Melissa, he continued on with his mission of searching all those houses with red chimneys. When it was late that night, he sealed his room with spirituality and prepared to try the ritual for summoning Spirit Kite Dali's messenger. Okay. Okay, so Lanevo's name drop again. Everything is now being tied together. Miss Sharon is gonna... I think we're gonna focus on Miss Sharon in the next few chapters now. And yeah, we'll see what happens. So let's go to 176. Also, I love the family moments. They're so cool. I think the donghua did a great job, but in the novel, there's so many like family moments. Hood Eugen, Dexter. I'm gonna run an ad. I switched to manual ads so people don't get ads during the episode. Girls joke about your hair. I'm sorry. Oh, Miss Sharon art. Let's see if you have backshots. Oh, she's from Donghua, yeah. She's the gem of Tingen. Everyone wants her. Oh, this is what it... Oh, this is the action. So in Donghua, this was like censored to this part, right? Yeah. Yeah, she's cool. Okay, 176. Letter. I have a meat-long wolf cut. Also a ponytail. What is this hair? Oh, I have a modern mullet. I haven't shaved. Or I haven't cut my hair in a long time, so... But I do have a modern mullet. My hair in the back is longer. Here it's shorter. Here it's longer. Oh, eye tracker! That's such a good idea, by the way. That's such a good idea. Eye tracker reactions will go so hard, especially in like Chainsaw Man. How much does eye tracker cost? Sip. 1,000? $287? Oh, there's a webcam add-on that you have to like use your own mapping and you can do it for free. Should I do that? I want to do it. It's so fun. Should we do a poll? It's free. There's like an add-on you get on webcam. It's not really good for novel reactions, but it's good for like anime reactions. I'm gonna do it for next stream, I guess. Nobody will say no. Okay, R-I-R-R. R-I-R. 107, I think that is over, so we can now go back to watching. Letter. For a client, setting up a simple ritual was easy as breathing. Very soon he was done preparing the ingredients, and he lit up the candle that represented himself. Looking at flickering candlelight on the desk, client had an amusing thought for some baffling reason. Will this be considered holding a candlelight vigil in memory of myself? Fuck, what the hell am I thinking? What? Like, as you, vigil as in like, you died and then you hold like a memory vigil of candlelight? Why would you even say that? Oh my god, is this foreshadowing of him dying during the doomsday? Dying, by the way. He reined back his thoughts and picked up the black rotten flower powder that belonged to the domain. What happened to the music, bruv? Domain of death, and sprinkled it onto the candle. In return, he caught a whiff of a smell that was akin to formaldehyde from his previous life. Formaldehyde. Is it a chemical? Immediately after that, he tripped full moon essence oil and favorite item of the Evernight. Amidst a sizzling crackle, his surroundings suddenly became quiet and there was a shapeless magical surge. Klein took a step back and softly recited in ancient Hermes. Then he changed into Hermes. I summon in my name, spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the higher dimensional creature, the human orders, the messenger that belongs to Dali Simone. Whoosh. The wind wailed and the dim candlelight was tainted with blue luster. Under its illumination, the wall behind the desk produced translucent ripples. The creepy face surfaced. Other than its mouth, it had no eyebrows, eyes, or nose. Its thick lips parted and long red tongue was extended. This is the Dali's messenger, right? There were sharp, irregular teeth lined its mouth. In addition, the tip of the tongue had 5 delicate fingers. Ew! They were constantly extending and retracting. Ew! As though they were waiting for delivery. What the fuck? This Dali's messenger, compared to Mr. Ozix, is just like a child. No, I can't accurately determine the differences. Yes, one is an adult giant, other is a human baby. I wonder if it's due to the mystical item, or it signifies Mr. Ozix's strength. It signifies Ozix's strength, I think. I have to reevaluate my understanding of him. Perhaps he's a high sequence beyonder. Ooh. Dark brown? Ooh, mine is also dark brown. We're so alike, Lucy. Dark brown is one of the best, I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased because I have it. Cap, I forgot the letter. I should have asked Madame Tali for the names of the sequence 4 and sequence 3 corpse collector pathway. Mr. Azik most likely belongs to that pathway. Of course, he might have advanced via potions. Yes, perhaps it's a gene that passed down from his ancestors. I'll ask next time the messenger is waiting. Klein looked at it seriously for a while and passed the neatly folded paper into the messenger's hand. Then the hand, by the way, which is a fingers in top of a tongue, which is insane. Whoosh. The messenger retracted its tongue and swallowed the letter, and its lucent, creepy and wriggling face shrank back into the wall and disappeared. I got to say, this magic is quite cool. Rather convenient too, but it can't be spread. Klein looked at the candlelight that had returned to normal. He shook his head and ended the trial. You guys should do a hair reveal on Discord. By brown meant like normal light brown back then, probably RAR. Mine is pretty dark. Dark brown. Monday morning. Oh, back to Backland, Empress Borough. Let me drink. In hidden corner of the municipal garden built by Duke Negan. Ooh, I know Duke Negan. It was mentioned before. Xio with her unkempt blonde hair, and FORS with her languid bearing were caulking at the liaison before them in days. They were momentarily at a loss at which language to use for a greeting. The petite Xio was slightly over 1.5 meters tall. Looked at the golden retriever. Oh, it's Susie! That had extended its tongue and was wagging its tail. She smoothed out her trainee night attire and weighed her words before she said, "Are you Miss Audrey's messenger?" Oh my goodness, why am I asking a dog so seriously? Forbes was holding a thin cigarette with her fingers as she chuckled. Forbes is so badass, by the way. Oh my god. I haven't washed my hair for 2 days. That's normal. What the fuck? Not washing your hair. I don't wash it sometimes for like 5 or 6 or 7 days. And then twice a month with shampoo, and then once a month with conditioner. Does my hair look greasy? I don't know. Oh my goodness, maybe it's a magical creature. I've never seen a magical creature that looks much like a dog, Gio replied in all seriousness. Susie sat down and closed her mouth. She then pointed at her belly with her paw. There was a leather pouch tied around dog's body amidst her long golden fur. Aw. So is Susie not gonna reveal that, you know, she can speak? Shio looked to her left and right, making sure that there was no one watching before she quickly moved closer. She bent down and removed the pouch. Force watched curiously when her expression suddenly turned weird. Yeah, I have curly hair too. It's rare, by the way, for Estonians to have curly hair. 170 we started. It's made of crocodile skin. It looks like the work of a fashion designer, Mr. Sadis. She is actually using such a pouch for information transaction. Oh, Sadis is probably like, I don't know, what's like Louis Vuitton or something like that. Let me copy her name. She might be like a savant pathway or something. You know, maybe she's like, that's why she makes great clothing. In other words, it's very expensive. She raised the leather pouch. FORS pursed her lips tightly and nodded seriously. Shio instantly lowered her speed in an accelerated manner. She carefully opened the zipper and took out the leather inside, as though she was carrying an antique in her hands. Just shampoo twice a month. It's a skill issue, guys. After she read it, she passed the letter to FORS. FORS burned it with her cigarette. Oh, that's badass. That's Aura. After reading it carefully, she watched it as it turned to ash and scattered on the soil. There's no extra information provided, she about it subconsciously. She took out neatly folded paper from the pocket of her trainee night attire. She looked at Susie in an imposing manner and exhorted subconsciously. This is the investigation report for the past few days. You must pass this on to Miss Audrey Hall directly. Susie quivered and sat up straight. Her tail was wagging vigorously. Ch.170 nodded in satisfaction, stuffed the stack of papers into the leather pouch, and tied it around Susie again. Susie howled and ran off very quickly. Okay, let's see what happens. What's wrong? Why are you distracting me? I need to read, please. I'm reading your comments. Do you mean read the chapter? I'm rage baiting him. In the whole family luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa of her living room. She was holding a letter opener and was trying to open the letter before her. What's a letter opener? It was a letter sent by one of her brothers from Balam Empire in the southern continent. There was a parcel that came along with the letter. Ooh, okay. At that moment, she saw Susie. So, Audrey has a lot of siblings, right? At that moment, she saw Susie's pouch open the half-closed door. Susie pushed open the half-closed door. Dog dashed over quickly. Susie sat down on the carpet before Audrey and pawed at her leather pouch. You really are an excellent messenger. Audrey wasn't stingy with her compliments. Susie looked back at the door and it inducted vibrations in the air and said softly, Your friend is very serious. When I first saw her, she reminded me of the diamond hunter came to train us. She had been a complimentary gift when Earl Hall bought hunting dogs. Susie, your lion is getting more and more fluent. There's just a few problems with your logic in using the language. Audrey watched her as the golden retriever took off the pouch on their own and skillfully pulled over the zipper. I love Susie, I love Susie, I love Susie. She gave Susie a look and immediately understood. She stood up and ran to the locked door. There's no result so far, but we found that some vagrants disappeared around the backland bridge borough. Vagrants as in like poor people, right? Though we can't know for sure they was QILANGOS, perhaps the vagrants merely changed their movement pattern suddenly. Audrey flipped through the investigation report and seriously wondered how she should apply to Ch.170 on FORS. I'll tell the Ch.170 that as long as she can track down Vice Admiral QILANGOS, I'll buy the sheriff potion formula for her. Oh, that's nice. It's like 1 day pocket money for her, by the way. For that's not friendly enough, I will make her feel an inferiority complex. Yes, I shall say. Sure, I prepared your reward. As long as you can complete the task, £450 will be yours. Ugh, as far as the main ingredients for the Melapathis formula, I only found the Farsman rabbit spinal fluid. Ew. I've needed a rainbow salamander pituitary gland claimed. Ch.170 and FORS have yet to find it. Audrey, cheer up. At least you digested the spectre potion completely. What? Let's fucking go. Once you put together all the ingredients, you'll become a sequence beyonder. Undo wash hair. Yeah, my hair routine is wash like once a week, 2 times with shampoo per month, and 1 time with conditioner. Audrey, reined in her thoughts, picked up a pen and paper, quickly wrote a reply. She stuffed it back into the leather pouch and then trusted Susie to make another trip. Also, fucking Audrey, sequence 9 completed. She peaked at sequence 9. She can now at 1 sequence 8, but she needs ingredients, so let's see how she figures that out. This is new. Let's fucking go. She watched her golden retriever as she opened the letter that her brother had sent. She read it with a smile. My dear sister, I think you should come to the southern continent too. Come over to the colonized regions of the Balam Empire. There's abundant sunlight, fresh air and clean environment. Freshly caught seafood, various unique cultures, and the very kind and obedient Balam people who make good servants, as well as smell of freedom. They are obedient because you fucking colonized them? That's such a fucking rude comment, by the way. Obedient. On the contrary, Backland is cold and moist. Moist. There is bad, it's always dust and always gloomy. Plus it's highly populated with, which leads to all sorts of problems. The endless balls, banquets, and the salons. Social events are so boring and insipid that I wouldn't want to stay for a minute. Dear sister, I believe you share the same feeling. I'm not running away from home. I'm merely seeking my own place in life. But our brother definitely doesn't. I'm not running away from home, but I'm really seeking my own place in life. But our brother definitely doesn't think so. He's always been a selfish person. Of course he won't be stingy with you, because you can only claim a tiny part of the family wealth, while I will be the biggest competition in the fight for the inheritance. But is it still a leather, right? Is it a leather? Okay, he's talking about the other brother. But our brother, okay. Good to know. W colonizers, fuck off. Of course he won't be stingy with you. Because you can only claim a tiny part of the family wealth, while I will be the biggest competition in the fight for the inheritance within the ranks of nobles. Because Audrey is a woman. After all, her father is a count who takes a long view. He definitely won't be restrained by the rule that the eldest sibling will inherit the rank of nobility. But at least true brothers. As long as he feels that it's necessary, he won't do anything. Just like when he sold off the farmland and pastures to enter the banking industry, regardless of a strong opposition. Oh wow, okay. I miss Bankland sometimes. Mostly father, mother, and you. I miss the smile that you put on my face during those years. You must have become the most dazzling jewel in Backland. Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, I'll only be able to return after 2 years. A career is man's pride, while the outstanding young people in the Lowen Kingdom treat the world as their stage. She's a girl. Yeah, true. But I'm saying that she only gets a little bit of inheritance because she's, you know, the quote-unquote wrong gender of this time, right? You can tell our dear aunt that. Oh, aunt. You can tell that our dear aunt that the coastal regions in Balam Empire are very suitable for vacations, and especially suitable for her, given how her joints ache and they swell in the winter. And sincerely invite her to be my guest. If you can come with her, that will be even better. Okay. I didn't send you too many gifts. They're mainly things that are rich with traditional and styles of Balam, such as unique yellow silk ornaments that are filled with traits related to worship of death. Ooh. I remember that you love things regarding mysticism, so I look around for you. The culture here is full of mystery. That's cool. We are still talking about we are talking about like different cultures and different locations we didn't really see on the donghua. So I wanna really plan to go in one of those places in the future and like experience it together with everyone. You know what I mean? After reading the letter, Audrey picked up a pen, paper, and writing board. She leaned back into the sofa, pursed her lips, and wrote seriously. My dearest Alfred. Oh, her brother's name is Alfred. Audrey Alfred. Audrey Alfred. Although it has been less than a year, the little girl in your memories has grown up. I don't like mysticism anymore. So you don't have to search for those kinds of things, because it's very dangerous. Audrey puffed up her cheeks and that in her head. Ah, I see, that's why. She had heard of too many tragedies related to mysterious objects when participating in Beyonder gatherings, and from stories and FORS recounted. She thought... Oh, yeah. She thought and declared excitedly, I'm now interested in biology, sorry. Recently I've been in awe of the rainbow salamander. Can you ask around for me and find out where I can find one of these creatures? Or if they have complete corpse that has been preserved? Now, the problem is, right, Audrey is sending these to Balan, and I'm guessing the messaging system is very slow, because it's not a telegram, it's a letter. It's gonna reach Alfred in like 2 weeks. Alfred's gonna look for it for 2 weeks. Send it back, it's gonna take another 2 weeks, right? If you're 18 or 19 years old, being with a 17 or 16-year-old, it's normal. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Anyway, very good chapter again. We saw more of Backland. We saw Susie and FORS interaction. Susie has gotten better at Loanese, so good job, Susie. Good job, Susie. You're doing great. She did not reveal to them that you know, to FORS and XIO that she can speak human language. And also mention of Mr. Sadis, who I think might be a Beyonder, because, you know, I'm guessing that person is making best clothing, and maybe that person is a Vant. Okay, gonna run that, and then we're gonna read the next chapter right away. I went to manual ads so I can do it between chapters. Susie the goat. Art of Ch.170-180. Looks cool. What the fuck? Is this also art of him? What the fuck is that hairline? Holy shit. And you send it without... Okay, I'm joking. Yeah, thank you for censoring it. He looks the most cool over here, by the way. Holy shit. Aura. Absolute aura this guy has. Not so much here, but more like here. Anyway. 177. 77777. I'm gonna get a coffee. Yeah, that's... I know you can shave Swift. I'm just wondering which one is the original him, you know? Probably has an instinct smell. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go make a coffee, guys. I'm gonna be back like 3 minutes. I'm gonna run another ad, guys. Be right back. I'm coming back. I'm going back. I'm just gonna get a coffee. Bamber also fucking wiping up again. I had to take my blood pressure as well. It was 120 up, 86 down. Do you know these things? No, it's inverted. Anyway, it's a Kinder. It's a little chocolate. I have coffee here as well. Sudden turn of events. I do take blood pressure medication. You should. If you almost faint. Should talk to your family doctor about that. The lion does not concern himself with high blood pressure. Or low. Create more AI audiobook. Family doctor, it's a thing in my country. Every person has their main doctor. I guess general doctor. You eating a Snickers? And one more. I'm gonna read. Estonian Prime Minister hairstyle was very unique. Whose? Which one? How's everyone's day, by the way? You had female prime ministers and presidents. Fan is from Mars. That's why. Damn, this coffee is so good, man. Oh. Okay. Sudden turn of events. Audrey stopped writing after she finished hearing some interesting news and scandals about the aristocrats. She then adopted a serious pose as she recalled something. With her exceptional memory as a spectator, she arranged the information that she had received from her father's teachings, as well as the news she heard during banquets and salons, into paragraphs. After achieving a draft in her head, Audrey bent. As for the political situation in background, you asked about it. It's not within my area of interest. I can describe it to you only based on my own impressions and the details that I happen to know. Some time ago, father told me that the abolishment of the Grain Act, the prices of crops were declining rapidly, the rent of farmland and pastures were also plunging. I don't know the exact magnitude, I can only explain it to you with this example. As you know, Tokningen is an aristocrat who owns the most standout side of the royal family. It's said that he owns more than 12 million pounds worth of farmland, pastures and forests. Last year his land earned him a historic 13... fuck landlords, bro. 1.3 million pounds in rent, but this year it's forecast that this rent will only be 850k, a whole 450k pounds less. That's more than the entire of the assets I'm entitled to. You're entitled to around 300,000 then, Audrey, around that. He'd a goat. Without any further explanation from me, I'm sure that my dear brother will understand the behavior of most old-fashioned nobles. They're proud of being... You will never be like him, Fanber. You're more likely to be homeless than ever owning a house so you can rent out, by the way. Without any further explanation from me, I'm sure my dear brother will understand the behavior of most old-fashioned nobles. They're proud of being landowners, and their income is derived mostly from rent. It places heavy emphasis on their appearance and will maintain their current lifestyles even if they had to go into debt. They spend tens of thousands of pounds on the upkeep of their castles each year, many more thousands on clothes and jewelry, as well as their persistent hunting activities, social banquets, and occasional lavish weddings and funerals, as you see. We'll need... Damn, that's a lot, by the way. With a decrease in rent, according to my knowledge, a good portion of the nobles have met with financial difficulties. Because of this, Earl Wolf has sold 84k areas RS of land in countryside and gotten 29,000 pounds in return. For 84,000 RS, you get only 29,000 pounds. Okay, Viscount Conrad has also sold his art collection worth 55,000 pounds to National Art Gallery. Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot. Jesus, what did Taco say? I don't see it. Or was he Lithuanian? Other than few history nobles who had long shifted their focus to steel, coal, railroads, banks, and rubber industries, the rest of the nobles have been severely affected by the Grain Act. Let us praise the dear Earl Hall. But it's a good thing because people got out of food and the prices of food went down. The only people who lose from it are like the top 0.1% and the 99.9% of people win. Isn't that a good thing? My father told me that the financial distress will loosen the control of nobles have over politics. As you can imagine, the number of ministers with blue blood will decline from the next year onward. What does it mean, blue blood? Like noble, like loyal, so nobles who are loyal to you. In a bid to secure funding, the Conservative Party and the new party have promised to confer upon anyone the noble title as long as they donate a sufficient amount of money and lack any criminal records. Of course, the caveat is that the person who donated the money must own amount of land befitting a noble. Oh damn, okay. Seems like a scam. What am I saying? What am I saying? I think you don't understand basic things, Fanber. One example is the rich Mr. Sindras. The Grain Act was good for the normal person. Oh, not me. He purchased the lowest area of land expected of Baron. 60k RS and donated 100,000 pounds. Damn, these numbers are crazy! The Charlatan Club and 400,000 to the Conservative Party, and donations to charity amounting to 300,000 pounds. Finally, he succeeded in receiving conferment from His Majesty and became a highly regarded Baron. I've heard that there's a price you can just buy yourself into power. Damn. He's receiving. This is lobbying, literally. Donating to like. Yeah, this is literally lobbying. His Majesty and became high regard Baron. I've heard that their price listed is 300 pounds for a baronet and 100,000 million pounds for hereditary Baron. There's no clear price for the title of Viscount or Count, but I'm sure those are sufficiently ridiculous. Yeah, insanity. This year, many nobles who are facing financial difficulties are starting to seriously consider the possibility of marriages with wealthy merchants. Imagine marrying a wealthy merchant. Ugh, peasants. There have already been 3 marriages like this over the last 2 months. The betrothal gifts the noblewoman received are something to be envied. Also, the workers who protested the Grain Act did experience a decrease in cost of living. But the quality of their lives has not improved. Instead, they seem to have deteriorated as the bankrupt farmers have entered the city and stolen their jobs by requesting lower wages. Ooh, thus the wages of the laborers are dropping rapidly. That's an interesting blowback. I guess the Grain Act wasn't done as good. They didn't think of the consequences. I remember the day when father asked me who I felt was the winner of the Grain Act. My dear Alfred, you must know the answer. You will definitely be able to obtain hereditary Baron title through your own efforts. I mean, the the winner of the Grain Act was someone who owned land before the Grain Act and sold it just before the Grain Act went into play, because the Grain Act lowered the prices of farming land, right? That's what I'm thinking. Damn, though. Ch.170 and FORS were returning to the Backland Bridge Borough after they received Audrey's reply. Ch.170, with her messy blonde hair, was looking out the window of the carriage. Her eyes were bright like two burning balls of flame. Oh, that's cool. She muttered the terms 450 pounds to herself repeatedly, as if reciting an incantation. Yeah, Audrey promised her that. Her strength and courage grew every time she repeated the term. Darkholm hasn't reported the status of the investigation today. Let's make a trip to his house. Darkholm, the investigator, I guess so. Ch.170 suddenly turned. Her strength and courage grew every time she repeated the term. Darkholm hasn't reported the status of the investigation today. Let's make a trip to his house. Ch.170 suddenly turned to look at FORS. Darkholm was the leader of a gang. Oh, never mind. This is not the detective, I guess. Yeah. Of a gang in Backland East Borough and had control over many beggars and thieves. Oh, like a mafia? One borough though. They have like beggars working for them, yeah. Like most beggars in most places, by the way, they are there and they give money to like boss. Like they're still like gangs. That's how gangs operate these days. Even though he looked very friendly with his chubby face that was perpetually adored with a warm and amiable smile, Ch.170 knew that he was a merciless scoundrel. He once broke the arm of a 13-year-old thief because the boy had hidden his profit. That's crazy. He, by the way. Unless it was necessary, Ch.170 was unwilling to meet Darkholm, but Darkholm was one of few people who were most familiar with vagrants in the city. FORS pushed her slightly curly hair back behind her ear. As long as it doesn't delay my lunch. No problem. Perhaps I should treat you to an Intis feast after this week. Ch.170 promised in complacency. I mean, if you buy this sheriff formula, I'm not gonna have any money left. Must I thank God? FORS asked as she laughed. Unlike Ch.170, FORS was a moderate believer of the god of steam and machinery. That's cool. As they conversed, the two ladies switched to another public carriage. They called Ch.170 is a woman, right? But in the subs it says he. And arrived at the Backland. As they conversed, the two ladies switched to another public carriage and arrived at the Backland East Borough and arrived at Darkholm's house. Darkholm sounds menacing, by the way. Sounds like a name of a vampire. Is he a beyonder? It was a terraced house located in a narrow alley. There were green plants. Planter? There were green plants hanging from the walls. The exterior looked relatively unkept. Ch.170 walked to the door, raised her right hand and knocked on a unique rhythm. I can't wait for a planter to show up, by the way. Probably the chillest pathway. The unlocked door opened with a creak following her knocks. Ch.170, apparently confused expression, immediately turned stern. The very lions. She took out the triangular spike she carried with her and cautiously pushed open the door. She then slowly stepped inside. FORS also stopped, looking nonchalant queen, having produced a dagger of unknown origin. Wait! She can walk. Okay, so the door that the FORS opens is like a dimension. She can put stuff in there. She has like an inventory, right? I think it's an inventory. They didn't smell any peculiar scents, but the rich experience. No. Oh, he just took it from her pocket then. Okay. Yeah, sure. Ignore that, guys. 1 step, 2 steps. They didn't smell any peculiar scents, but their rich experience told them that something was off. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Ch.170-180 and FORS entered Darkholm's house. Then they saw a pale limb on a gas lamp, internal organs on a coffee table, as well as strips upon strips of flesh, stern on... Wait a minute, there could be music here. You can just go through obstacles. Okay, I see. Yeah, makes sense. Darkholm, eh? I think this music fits very good. They didn't smell any music standard. They didn't smell any peculiar scents, but their rich experience told them that something was off. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ch.170 and FORS entered Darkholm's house. They saw a limb on gas lamp, internal organs on coffee table, as well as strips upon strips of flesh strewn on the floor and hung on the clothes rack. A piece of bone had been stripped clean and piled up near the door. What the fuck? And amongst the bones was a head, its vacant eyes open. It was none other than Darkholm. He got killed! He got fucking slashed! His chubby face still maintained the amiable smile as everything was normal. Furthermore, there was no stench of blood in the house. As a former clinical doctor before becoming best-selling author and sequel Sign Beyonder, has seen many death scenes more disgusting than this. She battered the dense Ch.170 on the brink of vomiting as she survived the surroundings. QILANGOS? Do I say QILANGOS? No, I don't think it's QILANGOS because yeah, I guess so it is. So QILANGOS just killed and made like a show. I just thought the body parts won't be there anymore. Realized that Darkholm was investigating the missing vagrants and dragged him back to his house. Yeah, I think so. Or it could be that said Darkholm tracked him down and ended up being caught. Yeah, it is QILANGOS, or one of like his goons. Ch.170 fought back the urge to retch and said with a serious expression, he sure lives up to his name as a merciless and crafty pirate admiral. The strangeness here also fits the description of his treasure. Oh god, I'm just imagining that room, by the way, with those fucking cuts on the coffee table. Crafty, FORS was suddenly alarmed as she blurted out, could they be raiding nearby in an ambush? Ooh! Against the mastermind behind the investigation? Ch.170 froze for a moment before answering the cluster. That's highly likely. It was a Sequence 6 Wind Blessed, a powerful buyer with a mystical artifact, while there were just 2 Sequence 9s, the creeping hunger. This was an extremely simple and easy contrast. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so Darkholm was a very short-lived character. Literally, his cuts everywhere in the room. QILANGOS made quite a display for FORS and Ch.170, and I'm guessing FORS is right. He's somewhere near here, but you know, because FORS as a door. I mean, her name is FORS Wall. I think escape is not hard, right? But we'll see what happens, right? Because QILANGOS is a Sequence 6 Wind Blessed on the Lord of Storms pathway. I'm one of the goons. No, you are a Fenber. You are on the Generate pathway, Sequence 7 Gooner of something. I don't know. Hair Gooner. In the house opposite of Darkholm's house, a man with a unique broad chin, dark green eyes, in his 30s, was standing by the window. He's just standing there menacingly. was standing by the window, coldly observing Ch.170 and FORS opening of the door and slowly entry. He was none other than the Vice Admiral QILANGOS. Oh shit! The black glove on his left hand twitched as if it were alive. Layer of dull gold scales appeared on its surface. QILANGOS revealed a cruel and joyous expression as his dark green eyes turned pale, cold, and indifferent. Damn, it's fucking scary. Okay, the moment FORS realized this, she dragged Ch.170 to the other side and avoided the area just across the main door. She then gritted her burly white teeth and took out a bracelet that was hidden by her sleeves. Okay. The silver bracelet had 3 dark green core stones which showed signs of burn marks and were rough and uneven. Can we use that bracelet somehow to get the fuck out of here? Come on, FORS. Creeping hunger. FORS pulled out one of the stones and let out a low growl in Hermes. Door! Okay, so that's how to use the silver bracelet. Okay. She grabbed another shot, the red shut tightly as the stone released faint blue glow. The figures of the 2 ladies turned indistinct, nearly invisible. They saw many forms they found difficult to describe. There were even transparent objects that didn't seem to exist. They saw different colors, lustrous splendors which seemed to possess immense knowledge. They'd entered the mysterious spirit world. Oh, that's why you can go through the fucking door, because you're not in the material world, you're in the spirit world. In the strange world stood, and then you can door out. Oh shit. I cooked with it. In this strange world that stood distinct from reality, FORS proceed in a particular direction while pulling Ch.170 along. Seconds later, they exited the instinct states and returned to reality, to backland. Oh my god! Okay, so you can. I wonder if the distance travel in the spirit world is the same as distance travel in the real world, or is it like Minecraft Nether? But it seemed like they fucked up quickly, and I don't think QILANGOS can like track them, because I mean QILANGOS saw their faces. QILANGOS will definitely go after them, but in this moment I don't think he knows where they went, right? Used her stone. So when FORS uses the stone, are there 2 stones left? I wonder if there's or no, or can FORS also use a door? Is there 2 different techniques, like one of them is going through the spirit world, or is it always going through the spirit world? Huh. So her power can go through small obstacles, but her bracelet is pretty long distance. Yeah, okay. Also, I didn't see their faces, but they escaped before he entered the room. Oh, that's good. Okay. So she doesn't need to use the stone to go small distances, but when she uses the stone, she can go long distances. Okay. That's cool. Keep reading. In the cemetery, what are we going to do next? FORS panted, sensing their predicament and feeling of lingering sense of fear. The bracelet was mystical item that she had received along with the formula for apprentice and its corresponding materials back during Fortune's encounter of hers. Other than causing her to hear strange faint murmurings during the full moon every month, it posed no threat. So okay, so the bracelet. Sorry, I'm gonna go back up. Yeah, I just realized I'm gonna go back up. I'm sorry. Let's just talk about that paragraph first, because we already read that. Probably that bracelet has higher sequence apprentice abilities, or apprentice pathway abilities from a higher sequence. It's like an artifact, just like the creeping hunger is. Seconds later, they exited the instinct states and returned to reality to backland, but they were no longer at Darkholm's house, but instead arrived at the empty cemetery. Ch.170, who was wearing his scale glove, silently appeared at the door at Darkholm's house. He swept the interior with his cold gaze. He froze for a moment, then creased his brows, and he muttered to himself, "Traveler?" Ooh, that's gold. Oh my god. Traveler. I wonder if sequence 8 of Apprentice is called Traveler or sequence 7, because that's what the bracelet ability kinda does, right? You can travel through the spirit world and end up in the material world after. That's actually sick, dude. I'm gonna copy this fucking sentence. Oh my god. In the cemetery, what are we going to do next? FORS panted, sensing the predicament and feeling a lingering sense of fear. The bracelet was a mystical item that she had received along with the formula from Apprentice and its corresponding materials back during the fortuitous encounter of hers, other than causing her to hear strange faint murmurings during the full moon every month. It posed no threat. During full moon? Is the moon... No, okay, never mind. What if sequence 1 of Apprentice is moon or something? I don't fucking know. Anyway, so there's a reason why she keeps hearing it during the full moon, right? There were originally 5 stones in the bracelet, each stone allowing her to traverse through the spirit world, technically allowing her to teleport. But now, only 2 stones left. She calmed herself down and nodded solemnly. First, notify Miss Audrey, then we call the police. Whoa, that was so cool. Is the moon round? When it's full moon, the moon is round. So I think moon is a connection to the Apprentice pathway because of the murmurings. What connection? I don't know. There's a baby crying in the background. That's creepy. Anyway. Traveler is probably a higher sequence on the Apprentice pathway. Maybe sequence 8, sequence 7. I don't think it's gonna be that high. And then the bracelet that FORS had is an artifact that can use Traveler's ability. Then we had Darkholm, who just got fucking sliced up. Holy shit. Damn, I have chills. What about you guys? Do you have chills? We have some art, I think. Oh my god, her book. That's so cool. Leymano's Travels. That's so freaking cool. It's a little green book, guys. Little green book. Okay. Bro. This is Bloodborne OST. Leymano's Travels? Yeah. Leymano's Travels. I don't have creeping hunger art. You can send it into my Discord, spectator. I should know about this. Oh, it was put in here. I don't know. It's in here. I like XIO. I want her to become sheriff, and also very fucking creepy. I hope it gets creepier because we're gonna keep the soundtrack going and listen to the baby cry. Let me run an ad and then we read the next chapter in like 1 minute. That was crazy. Oh my god. Where are the mods? I don't know. Mods. I don't know what the book does. It's just her book. She wrote that book or something. I don't know. I'm gonna keep reading in a second. I run an ad. People can't see the stream. Which we switched to manual ad. That's why I'm waiting. I don't see it. It was here. think that is over. We can start now. And 78, the subsequent ideas. Let's see. I think Slammer sent me the CPAP. I'm sorry if it wasn't Slammer. Called the police. Forceful, repeated in surprise. The Beyonders lodging a police report seemed to be something from another world. Ch.170 paced back and forth as she tugged her coarse blonde hair. The scene at Darkholm's death is harrowing and creepy. As long as the police aren't blind, they will definitely pass the ease on the mandated punishers, the Nighthawks, the Machinery High Mind, or the special department of the military. When that happens, we can leak some information and let them know that the murderer is QILANGOS. At that point, the entire city will be chasing after him. Why wasn't QILANGOS arrested before this? Isn't QILANGOS wanted anyway because he's a pirate? Our goal is to look for QILANGOS, not to capture him. With the help of so many Beyonders, things will become much simpler and safer. When QILANGOS panics and makes a mistake, it will be our chance to claim our bounty. I'm referring to the discovery of his whereabouts. Ch.170 laughed dryly and looked at appalled FORS. Do you think that the only way I know to deal with problems by charging into them head first? The difference between us and QILANGOS is vast as the Desi Bay. FORS nodded slowly and said, "Our understanding of yourself is absolutely right. You've done so many things of similar nature. Hence the losses that you suffered is sufficient for you to advance to sequence 8. Luckily, you're still rational enough regarding this matter." Ch.170 lowered her head to look at her triangular spike. She thought for a moment before and said, "I'd have to be honest. I clearly sensed the approach of death earlier." As in dying. QILANGOS was no doubt nearby. There was an evil aura. Enough to destroy it at any time, that triggered an instinctual response in me. FORS wore her silver bracelet that had 2 stones left and thought seriously. "I agree with your idea. Let's inform Miss Audrey first and lodge the police reports after." Yes, regardless if it was Darkholm or his other underlings who found QILANGOS' traces, we could continue to investigate with that approach and find out QILANGOS' activity range and the location of his residence. I mean, we are close now, right? Ch.170 creased her slim blonde eyebrows and said, "But QILANGOS will definitely not remain in the same place. Even as one of the 7 pirate admirals, even if he had the assistance of mystical artifact, QILANGOS had to be extremely careful in Backland." Creeping hunger. Hunger creeps. Even Nust, the king of the 5 seas, Nust, had once encountered disaster here and was nearly caught. No, what I mean was to summarize or confirm the purpose of QILANGOS' visit to Backland based on the clues. Once we know what he's trying to do, no matter how he disguises himself or what tricks he pulls, he'll be exposed to us in the end. Then our mission will be accomplished, FORS explained in detail. 2 years of novel writing experience tells me that things will become more simple once we grasp the crux of the matter. So, QILANGOS... I'm thinking. I can change back. Okay, let's do that. Here we go. It's dangerous for QILANGOS to be here anyway. Okay. Ch.170 looked at her best friend in shock. He couldn't believe the woman had just made such a logical statement. The woman. "I'm different from you. I'm merely too lazy to think while you think with your muscles." FORS pursed her lips, leaning her head sideways and smiled. "Teasing me doesn't make you smarter." She tried to smooth out her hair, out her few strands of blonde hair that was sticking out. Oh, cute. "Alright, let's head over to Emperor's Borough and tell Miss Audrey about this." FORS nodded it fairly and said, "So, what's your emergency contact method with Miss Audrey?" Ch.170 was momentarily put at a loss. She looked afar at the tombstone and said, "She told me about a pet dog of hers. Her name is Susie, by the way. We saw earlier walks herself at least 5 times a day. Well, the next walk should be after lunch." Other words, we had to loiter around suspiciously outside Earl's Hall luxury manor. The corner of FORS' lips twitched. She suddenly looked sideways and revealed an obsequious smile. "FORS, or would you prefer to just to sneak in?" "I don't think that will be difficult for you. It's what you're good at." I heard to recount for centuries one of the most influential parliament members in the House of Lords. The largest shareholder of Varvat Bank, the 4th largest shareholder of Backland Bank, the special consultant of the Imperial Bank of Loen, the 3rd largest shareholder of Sushit Bank. Okay, we get it, you are fucking rich. In the Interest Republic, the 2nd largest shareholder of Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, and so on. These are the titles of Miss Audrey's father. Damn! Ch.170, use your brain. How could a man like that not employ any beyonders? Would he not have any prize collections? Yeah, only the rich people and, you know, some people who are in beyonder circles know of beyonders, so, yeah. This is different from those destitutes, viscounts and barons, FORS applied in expiration. "I swear in the name of God, if I were to sneak in, I will be discovered and caught within 5 minutes. Ch.170 nodded in agreement. Yeah, Ch.170 was jumping the gun. "I know holy titles, I know, right? How rich are you, my guy?" I mean, I think probably like 100 million pounds, right? Probably. That's his net worth. "Oh, Shara, how are you? I missed you, man." With that said, she led the way. After they took a few steps forward, she spoke with her back facing FORS. "Music, bro?" "Oh well, I will compensate you for your losses and damages in the future. I'm referring to the stone of course. That's probably very expensive." Listening to that, the corner of FORS' lips shifted and said, "I was saving myself." "And Ch.170, you're going the wrong way." "God, if you're an apprentice and end up becoming a traveler in the future, it will be a disaster." Ooh! Traveler is sequence 8. You don't think Audrey's dad has like 100 million pounds in net worth? Traveler, I think it's confirmed. Let's fucking go. Sequence 8 of Apprentice is Traveler, I think. I'm so excited we can fill up another slot. I think he has more than 100 million pounds net worth. I'm gonna put a question mark just in case, because it wasn't like... No! Wait. Oh, Strickmaster. It's Strickmaster. Sequence 9... Sequence question mark? Traveler. Here we go. Like I have with the Bard or Sun pathway here. Wind Blessed is so fucking aura though. What's the most aura sequence so far? Midnight Poet Nightmare. That we know of. Nightmare is definitely one of them. Planter. Yeah, I think it's actually Monster or Nightmare, most aura. Outside Earl Hall, luxurious manor, Ch.170 and FORS hid behind an Intis parasol tree and secretly observed their target building in silence. Watching the people walking to and from. After God knows how long, they finally saw the golden retriever come out from a hidden hole under the wall. Oh! It pricked up its ears and looked to its left and right, appearing very cautious. Susie's a cautious girl. And nobody noticed that FORS and Ch.170 were like creeping around. Nightmare. Melee Scholar. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. Or melee. Just as Susie started taking its walk happily, a black male dog, no! But out of nowhere, it fawned on Susie and started running around in circles. Fuck, 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 fuck! Save Susie! It's the first time seeing a dog with such a human-like reaction. Just how much does it hate that black dog? She also sighed. No, Susie, run! She could tell from Susie's gaze and facial expression that there was an obvious detest. FORS smiled and said, it's just like encountering a rash, disgusting and persistent lecher. Seeing Susie attempt to speed up the escape, the black dog pursued, Ch.170 stood up, administer justice. Oh, to administer justice. Oh, that's so cool. Right? Fuck, I'm dumb. No, I'm not dumb. I'm not dumb. Am I dumb? Remember when we talked about tarot clubs in the tarot club, like member potential names? I said, oh, Ch.170 will have a good name for justice, but no, actually Audrey is justice already, so Audrey can't be a justice. Sorry, Ch.170 cannot be justice. Audrey already is justice. How many sequences do we know out of 22? A lot. I said like Ch.170 could get the justice tarot club, but it's already taken. Ugh, my ruling is for you to leave her alone, Ch.170 shouted with a mask of solemnity. The black dog was taken aback and immediately scampered away with its tail between its legs. Nice. Fuck yeah. Fucking Ch.170 threatened the black dog. Oh, judgment! Thank you! English is not my first language. Thank you so much, Rare. I'm gonna I give you a kiss. Sorry, I have a thing here. I'm sorry. The black dog was taken aback and immediately scampered away with his tail between its legs. Susie let out a breath of relief and slowed down. It barked politely and wagged its tail. That was close. I nearly said thank you to them. Aw, the golden retriever thought in joy. That would have been a very awkward situation. I kissed Venber. A melodic tune slowly came to half as Audrey picked up the latest intelligence. Ch.170 and FORS had delivered and read it with knitted brows. The black dog's a paid actor, I think. She closed the piano cover and stood elegantly. She paced back and forth in her piano room and considered her next course of action. QILANGOS is a very dangerous man. If Ch.170 and FORS continued investigating, they might end up in danger. He might even expose me. Yes, I shall just proceed according to their succession. Oh yeah, it's another 2 hours until Tarot Club. Tarot Club! Right now! I wonder what Mr. Fool would suggest. If he's still not interested, I'll discuss it with the hanged man carefully. Audrey gradually calmed herself down. This was the first time she had encountered where perhaps was described as being placed in such a perilous situation. There was already one death. Yeah, damn. 3 in the afternoon. It's Monday. Rear went quiet, by the way. Audrey vision covered from crimson and blurry state before seeing the boundless grey fog that didn't belong to reality, the lofty palace that looked like home of a giant, the long ancient model bronze stable, and the fool was always engulfed by a thick layer of fog. Lastly, she saw the hanged man and the sun. Derek is there as well, let's go. At that moment, Audrey's tense and anxious emotions seemed to relax. She felt so safe, so calm. I'm participating in Dark Club that doesn't belong in the material world. I'm dealing with Mr. Fool, who's nearly a god. He is closer to becoming a god. He's now a clown. QILANGOS and I are on different levels. Audrey sat in upright position proudly. She lifted her chin slightly and greeted cheerfully. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun. Audrey will be great to have on your meetings, by the way, on your like projects. After they greeted one another, Klein saw that Miss Justice was indicating her desire to speak. Therefore, he nodded faintly to express his permission. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wonder if your blessed has received the compensation of 300 pounds, Audrey asked, holding back her urge to talk about Ch.170 while she showed concern over her leader blessed. Yeah, fake concern though, right? Fenper, you got kissed and you said what? I'm so sad. Klein smiled and said, I didn't pay close attention to this matter, but as my blessed didn't request for additional help, I suppose he already received it. Yes, I have checked multiple times. There are 300 pounds in my anonymous bank account, Klein added in his head happily. That's great. Audrey, your internet is connected. I gave you a kiss, man. Audrey relaxed and looked across her. Mr. Hanged Man, there's been progress regarding Ch.170. Olga suddenly sat up straight. He couldn't hide his excitement and asked, where is he? Unfortunately, noticed our investigation just after we discovered his tracks. He killed one of our personnel involved. Audrey repeated the highlights of Ch.170's story and explained the follow-up. Plan in detail. Olga nodded faintly and said, I'll pay close attention. Then he turned aside and looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table on his vacant case of the sun. Derek, who listened but didn't understand anything. He said, Honorable Mr. Fool, if I were to find out Ch.170's true intention, and the very important and mystical item that he intends to obtain, please allow me to recite your name and inform you through the ritual. He didn't repeat his request for Mr. Fool's blessed to provide him assistance, as he brought up before, and the Fool had given his answer there. There was no need to harp on the topic, otherwise it might provoke the god. Hence, Olger made it clear that his intention was only to report his findings. If they find out that attention wasn't sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's blessed will definitely appear. That works. Audrey widened her eyes. I should have asked for the right report as well. I might be able to gain Mr. Fool's guidance occasionally, she thought with regret. Under everyone's gaze, Klein leaned back into his chair and nodded faintly. He replied slowly, You may. That's cool. Observer, so cute. I know Vanberry is a mine. It was like a friendly thank you kiss, you know. I am super excited to see this meeting continue. We're gonna have so he's after a mystical item. Well, I think we're gonna have Olger and Ch.170's fight in the near future. That was left out from the donghua. And maybe like also FORS and XIO assisting. I guess we'll see that. Also, yeah, I mean, let's go. Monday next, so let's jump into it. Praising Mr. Fool. Oh my god, we have the glazing thing. Let's go. We're not stopping. I'm gonna run an ad though. I turned off ads so I can run like manual ads. Ch.170 wants to become probably one of the pirate kings, right? But why is he in background for that? Doesn't he already have the creeping hunger? The creeping hunger. Wait, no, he doesn't have it. He has it. Wait. So how was your day, guys? Creeping hunger. Okay, I think that is over. Praising Mr. Fool, it's gonna be Olger, isn't it? Yes, Fanber? Jailer? Okay. Your day was boring, I'm sorry. Also, if you're sleepy, Strawberry, you get some rest. I remember you saying that earlier, I forgot to mention. Kiss make people pregnant? Yeah, buddy. You're gonna have triplets, Nightwalker. Praising Mr. Fool, Olger heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the fool's answer. He lowered his head and humbly said, "Please allow me to thank you in advance. That was because I'm also curious about the item QILANGOS is searching for. I want to know about the item that can allow a sequence 6 Windblast to have a strength of a sequence 4. I'm also curious what the pirate emerald is going to do in Backland." Exactly! He wants to become the pirate king, but why is he in Backland for that? Klein smiled, maintaining his profound posture. It's not like they promised to provide assistance after I hear your prayers, he emphasized in his heart. But now he has a lot more confident than before. Now he had actual allies in the mysterious Mr. Azik, who was currently in Backland. Can't wait Azik to join the Tarot Club. It was absolutely necessary. Klein was willing to use the copper whistle to enlist help of Azik, of course. He definitely wouldn't mention the Tarot Club. He'll probably say he got information from some random source. There's still two problems that existed in this manner. The first, Klein was only limited to a cooperative relationship with Azik. It wasn't necessarily the case that Azik would provide assistance unless he was interested in what QILANGOS was doing or the mystical item that he was after. Second, Klein was unsure of how just powerful Azik was. Even if he had made the assumption that Azik was a high sequence beyonder, he had to consider the fact that his memory loss might have weakened his abilities. That's what I said, by the way. That's what I said. I also said we need to... I said we have, like, Azik doesn't really remember his abilities, so Azik doesn't even know how strong he is. If he had made the assumption that Azik was a high sequence beyonder, he had to consider the fact that his memory loss might have weakened his abilities. After all, knowledge was usually equated with power, and the lack of knowledge will definitely diminish Azik's power. It was the case Klein couldn't guarantee that Azik could deal with QILANGOS, especially with the latter wielding the creeping hunger. Klein was already... Well, he asked the creeping hunger, so what the fuck is he in Backland for? Klein was afraid that he would placing Azik in danger, so he was unwilling to trouble Azik unless he absolutely had to. How I see this going down is that, you know, Olger is gonna fight with QILANGOS, and then Azik has to come in and save Olger's life. Azik kills QILANGOS, and then Azik joins the Tarot Club. That's what I'm thinking. So even if... Wait, now that I think about it, Mr. Azik's terrifying messenger can be summoned with the bronze whistle. No, that thing doesn't look like a messenger at all. He could take the role of an evil boss. So even if Mr. Azik could not beat the creeping hunger, augmented QILANGOS, he could be able to defend himself easily and have enough power left to save the hanged man. Exactly! Oh, but it's actually a skeleton, not Azik. Miss Justice and their partners. Klein shifted his posture as he thought, still leaning against the back of his chair. He propped his right leg over his left aura. The hanged man Olger looked at the fool and spoke once again. I'm about to receive a batch of pages. Batch of pages from Emperor Cell's diary. I believe that I can present them to you in the next gathering. No, in this one. When the gathering after that, don't make it worse, Olger. Going to the arrangement of the Church of Storms, Brit's Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Backland DOCs. Thus Olger could enter the capital and wait for Vice Admiral Hurricane QILANGOS too. show himself under the guise of reporting about his previous voyage. Music? Show himself under the guise of reporting to his previous voyage. Backland had been the headquarters of the Church of Storms until the end of the last epoch, having shifted their holy altar to Passu Island. Oh, only after the establishment of the Lowen Kingdom. Interesting. Are they scared? Regardless, the status of the Church of Storms in Backland was second only to the headquarters of 7 great churches. One could imagine the formation Church of Storms held, of course. I'm guessing the Evernight goddess or Evernight churches are more powerful. Under the circumstances, Olger was confident that he would be able to collect pages of Emperor Russell diary in the name of research. After all, they were indecipherable at present. Klein allowed Joy the color his stone, as he said with a gentle note, very good. What he was really feeling right now was a mix of joy and worry. He was happy that he could see several pages of Emperor Russell's diary soon. They might contain a lot of useful information. He was also worried about what he had to give the Hanged Man in return. After all, no one knew if the Hanged Man would be interested in the contents of the diary, or if the content was valuable enough. Even Asir is unable to determine that in advance. Must I really let my blessed help him? Klein gave a silent sigh. He has to make up. He has to get someone to pretend to be his blessed. Maybe Daxter somehow. But then again, his blessed should be someone with really much, like, I guess Azik can be his blessed, right? If Olger realizes Azik is like sequence 2 or 3 on the corpse collector pathway, he's gonna freak out, right? Can give out a silent. From now on, all the chapters are great. I think all the chapters have been great so far, but yeah, maybe there can be better. Audrey Hall hurriedly. What? Even Asir is unable to determine that in advance. Must I really let my blessed help him? Klein gave a silent sigh. Audrey Hall hurriedly spoke up when she saw the conversation between the Hanged Man and the Fool and... Honorable Mr. Fool. Honorable Mr. Fool. May I cite your name and inform you're using a ritual should I receive any timely and useful information? Timely? Look, Miss Justice. Choice of words is so refined. Compared to her, you are too vulgar. The Hanged Man, Klein nodded slightly. You're too vulgar, the Hanged Man. Klein nodded slightly, saying past the fog, you may. Great, Audrey secretly clenched her fist like, good job, girl. At the same time, Klein turned to look at the son, Derek, who had been silently listening to their conversations. He spoke, his tone was peaceful. The same goes for you as well. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek lowered his head. Derek feels like he's, left out of the conversations quite a lot, right? Can't wait for the appearance of new Dark Club members. My predictions for the next members who already know are FORS, XIO, Azik, I don't know. That's it. I think I said Leonard, I said. But I forgot if I said Leonard. But Leonard, maybe. Anyway, what happened to the music again? Bro. At the same time, Klein turned to look at the sun. Yeah. The majestic palace was silent for a few seconds before Audrey spoke. I need to complete picturesque land. I need the complete picturesque land of Rainbow Salamander. One of the main... Oh! Gawain maybe as well. Because Gawain is a fucking apothecary. Actually, Gawain is a very rich and very handsome. He speaks like this. One of the main ingredients of the telepathy potion. Hanged Man Olger nodded slightly as if he was contemplating. I don't have it. To be honest, I've only seen this creature in textbooks. The son Derek heard the term automatically translated to him as Phantom Nether Drake. Ooh, maybe it's near City of Silver. Claint. What did I call him? Clavaint? What did I call Claint? Kavaint. I combined Gavine and Claint, I guess. Yeah, I combined their names. What kind of textbook will discuss a supernatural creature? How envious, yeah? I can only get information like that at a Beyonder gathering through a word of mouth or through a crumbled piece of paper. There's no system in place, and my search for knowledge lacks an organization. I'll find a way to trade for the sun's textbook in the future. Oh, he was interested in the formula of the Bard potion. Audrey thought a little envious. So remember that when Klein becomes a bigger, a higher sequence, he can also send items through a ritual, right? Quaint. At that moment, Olger looked at the fool, then retracted his gaze, and then looked at opposite of him. Oh, maybe also no, Fry can't. If Ozzy comes, Fry can't come. At that moment, Olger looked at the fool and retracted his gaze. He then looked opposite of him and said, in thought, I might have a way of attaining the complete Pincher clan of the Rainbow Salamander. Without waiting for Audrey to speak, he added on. But it's under the premise that QILANGOS is found. When the time comes, the complete Pincher clan of the Rainbow Salamander will be equivalent of the extra compensation that I owe you. Miss Justice, you might not know, but these creatures are nearly extinct, and you can only find traces of them in primitive islands in the Sea of Fog, the Berserk Sea, or the Sonia Sea. Not many people have the coordinates to these islands. If you're interested, we can make a deal, for I'm one of the one who knows how to get there. Sheesh. I'm also interested in those primitive islands. Klein silently listened to their conversations, cheekily. Thinking about the extinction of Rainbow Salamander, suddenly recalled a joke he cracked with old Neil. No! Dragons and Giants Protection Association. He let out a sigh in his heart. Oh, because of Salamander, I get it. Audrey became thrilled after hearing that. She fought back her emotion as she said, I once dreamed of going on voyage in search of those primitive islands to take on in the history. My goddess, the Dark Club is too powerful, too wonderful. They're able to recruit a member who has the coordinates to primitive islands. Primitive as in like there are like tribes, like underdeveloped peoples. I don't think Susie will become, because we already have a spectator who is Audrey. So I actually, what I'm thinking about Susie, and I have a little like, I don't want to say it because I don't want it to come true, but I kind of feel like Susie is gonna die in volume 2, and it's gonna be traumatic or lose control or something, and that's gonna like shape Audrey's character, and Audrey is gonna grow, and that event is like a canon event for Audrey. That would be so sad though. Primitive Islands, Clan froze for a moment and thought about returning. My goddess, Dark Club is too powerful, too wonderful, able to recruit a member who has the coordinates to Primitive Islands. Praise, Mr. Fool. Audrey couldn't maintain a spectre state as smile crept across her face. Primitive Islands, Klein froze for a moment and thought about the page of Emperor Cell's diary that he had seen. The one that Emperor prescribed himself as a pirate king. He said he's discovered an unnamed island with many supernatural creatures. When he and his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were traversing the Sea of Fog on an unsafe sea route. Will that be so-called Primitive Island? How unfortunate the great Emperor didn't include any coordinates in his diary. Perhaps information will be in some future pages, but as of now I haven't written any pages of his diary in chronological order. Klein was filled with regret and anticipation. The son Derek was already confused by the terms Sea, Fog, Berserk Sea, Sonia Sea, Primitive Island, and etc. He felt more and more certain that mistrusted and misranked man belonged to a different world than he did. That's crazy though. I wonder if we're gonna have like interworld interactions. Probably not, right? But that's cool. How do you pull someone from Earth? Other than Klein. A new transmigrator from Earth, by the way, which I do think is the plot of Circle of Inertability. And I do think the transmigration process a circle. It started with someone like from the first epoch, and then the next one we know of is Roselle. But there has to be someone before Roselle, and there's gonna be someone after Klein, I think. And that's gonna be the protagonist of COI, I think. After collecting yourself for a few seconds, Audrey asked curiously, does the near extinction of the rainbow salamander mean that the spectre pathway will be severed soon? Interesting, bro. Interesting. What would happen, actually? No, there will definitely be substitute materials. I'll give different. Substitute materials. What substitute materials are there? Audrey's eyes brightened as she asked. Olger shook his head, replying without revealing any certain profound truths. I don't know. Perhaps the member of the psychology alchemist might know. Then how can you be sure that will be subsequent ingredients? Audrey didn't understand. Olger laughed and said, "Stupid girl, you will understand in time, or do you have something to trade for the information right now?" I didn't call Audrey stupid girl. I made Olger say it. Then how can you be so sure that there will be substitute ingredients? Audrey didn't understand. Olger laughed and said, "Understand in time, or do you have something to trade for the information right now?" "I guess I'll wait." Audrey pouted and sighed like this, and sighed. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. "There's no use in me knowing for the time being. The hanged man will definitely ask about something regarding Vice Admiral Hurricane, and I cannot be dragged too deep in that matter." She only felt like praising her intellect. I'm not pretending by the intellect. I'm not doing it on purpose. But she never expected was Mr. Fool was feeling very disappointed in the moment. Why? Oh, because he wanted to hear Olger. Klein was rather curious about the secrets which Olger words held. Unfortunately, Miss Justice, who was the best assist all this time, didn't choose to go through with her transaction. Yeah, no assist this time, goddammit. No matter what method it chose to perform a transaction, the contents of the deal shouldn't be hidden from the owner of the fog. Exactly. Well, even if the rainbow salamander is nearing extinction, the psychology alchemists are still giving out formulas, listing it as an ingredient instead of providing substitute. Does this mean that the psychology alchemists are in possession of the coordinates of certain primitive islands, or could they be working together with an organization that has the coordinates? Klein wondered. Primitive islands have people on them, so let's just deprive them of resources, okay? Sounds space train. At the end of the transaction discussion, Klein looked around, then turned to the sun. He asked in a gentle tone, "Does City of Silver still believe in gods?" Klein was merely an official member of the Nighthawks and had no access to deeper mysticism knowledge. An example would be sacrificial rituals. Thus, in order to define his understanding, isn't this question from Klein kinda like outing him as unknowledgeable? It's kinda weird. Thus, in order to refine his understanding of performing sacrificing dedicated to himself to move materials in mysterious space above the grey fog, as a sequence 8, Klein needed to learn as soon as possible from other sources. Okay. He came up with 3 methods after continuous consideration. First, he was going to ask Spirit Guide Dali, who was adept to ritualistic magic while he's also being a Tikon, but this might invite suspicion from her, put her in trouble basically. Thus, Klein could only patiently wait for an opportunity. Second, he could ask Mr. Asik, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he would be able to recall knowledge in this area. Third, he was going to use a roundabout way to ask Sun, who lived in the City of Silver. And already had an idea of how he was going to do it while effectively maintaining his image. Okay. Whatever he asked would be tied to the gods. So he's not really outing himself. Derek replied in a respectful tone, "We still believe in Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient God." Oh, the original creator, I guess. Is the original creator a trans migrator? No way. It's not. Anyway, I'm cursing. I'm sorry. The OG. Shara. Okay, so Terror Club meeting underway. I wanted to end the stream here, but we're not gonna. I'm actually gonna be the pace as fuck, and we are going to finish the next chapter as well, and maybe the next one after. And I wanna see where this goes. So the salamander is near extinction, only exists on primitive islands. No pages this time. Ch.170-180 is a little bit confusing. I think he wants to become a pirate king. He's right now admiral. He needs to be in Backland for that, maybe to get someone or get an item. I think it was an item, right? But maybe he has to kill someone to get the item before that, I think. And yeah, so let's see. Let's jump into chapter 180. Add. We gonna do an ad. Right now. There we go. No, I'm Fenber. Before this stream, there was ad every 20 minutes. And people were getting in the middle of the novel. So I asked my lovely, amazing fans if they prefer me putting manually ad between every chapter or manual ads. Sorry, automatic ads every like 20 minutes. They wanted between every chapter, so that's what we're doing. You're calling me greedy, man. Username is molding in Discord. Oh, I'm sorry, username. I guess people don't have music. Clays, Indo Clays. We love Indo Clays. A smart person always overthinks. Why am I explaining to RER? I'm glad you asked. I don't fucking know. Under than 80. A smart person always overthinks. True, actually. I mean, overthinking can be a bad thing as well. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey perked up her ears and entered her spectator state. She waited for the son to answer. She had always been curious about where the city of Silver was and what was so special about that place, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. He touched upon his privacy after all. At that moment, Mr. Fool was asking personally. It was like finishing the first volume of an outstanding detective novel, like Lord of Mysteries. She had been reading for a long time. She was finally had the chance to buy the next volume. Be soon. But the son answers didn't disappoint her. They didn't believe in the mainstream 7 Orthodox deities, nor did they believe in death as the Southern Continent did. Doesn't even believe in hidden existences, evil gods or devils, primordial demoness, hidden sage, dark side of the dark side. I mean, we have seen this before, but dark side of the universe has so much fucking aura, man. Just gonna copy this, bro. Shane God, or the true creator, which the Hanged Man had told her before. I know Algar had, but Dark Side of Universe, damn. City of Silver is really special. They actually worship the creator himself. I mean, isn't that like very logical thing to do, by the way? This is the primordial worship that Mr. Hanged Man described, right? The description of omnipotence is a little strange. Audrey stole a glance at the Hanged Man subsequently and realized that The dean was nodding slightly. Klein wasn't surprised at all. He purposely chuckled and asked in reply, even though he abandoned you. Abandoned? The creator abandoned the City of Silver. Olga was shocked. Suddenly, when he suddenly made the connection regarding a particular term, the Forsaken Land of God. In the confidential information of the Church of Storms, at the security clearance level, Olga, who was captain, equivalent to bishop level, could access the Forsaken Land of God had always only been a name with no actual description. However, its clear pointed towards the end of Asonia Sea. From what he knew, even the cardinals at the core of the church had no idea what the Forsaken Land of God represented. Only the leader of the church, the proxy of the Lord of Storms, knew something about the situation, and seemed to be in charge of the hidden missions to look for the Forsaken Land of God. Olger had once made a bold guess when he equated the true creator's holy residence, which was promoted by the Aurora Order, with the Forsaken Land of God, but unfortunately the fool hadn't confirmed his guess, so he couldn't be sure. Now he was shocked and surprised to find the Diet Club member using the sun as his code name was very likely from the Forsaken Land of God. Mr. Fool knew where the Forsaken God was all this time, and he could pull someone from there to be a member of the gathering. This is a hidden place that Church of Storms has been trying to find. No avail. What overthinking? Oh. I did put them, I copied those names. Oh, do you mean the bishops and stuff? Mr. Fool always knew. Always knew. No way, Olga looked at the fool who was seated in the seat of honor at the end of the ancient long bronze table in horror. So he could only see that he was leaning back in his chair with silence, engulfed by the thick fog. Audrey wasn't particularly moved about it. The only time she had heard about the Forsaken Land of God was from Hanged Man's question. She wasn't particularly interested, so she failed to associate it to anything from what Mr. Fool said earlier. City of Silver was a legend about being abandoned by the creator. Mr. Hanged Man seems to be deeply affected. What is he amazed and afraid of? Audrey nodded in puzzlement as she remembered the details of the moment. Yes, we believe that we will regain the Lord's favor in the end. Perhaps it will be on the day that the sun rises again, Derek Berg answered. Oh, Derek, you're gonna be the sun that rises in the future. Derek Berg answered in an uncertain tone. We were only once ruled by the giant royal family, yeah, we know that, and we worshipped the giant king Aurmir. Ooh, name drop? Or probably, just in case. Later we are saved by the Lord and we will never betray the Lord again. Ruled by the giants, royal family. It's really, it's first time. It really is ancient, but it doesn't seem to match. Olga, who had guessed something, suddenly recalled the description about the second epoch in the hidden chapter of Book of Storms. But wait a second. Okay. Talked about this before, right? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, giant pathway. Yeah, giant pathway. I forgot it was like 2 months ago or something, but we talked about how the warrior pathway is a giant pathway, and sequence 1 of warrior is probably giant, and that royal family had the sequence potions to the warrior pathway, and their king was Aurmir, the giant king Aurmir. So they were worshipping the king as a god, and then the Lord they were saved by was the original creator. But that's like fucking millions of years ago, no? It doesn't seem to match. Here we go. Olga, who had guessed something, suddenly recalled the description about the second epoch in the hidden chapter of the Book of Storms. The second epoch was also known as humanity's dark epoch. At the time, the sky, ocean, and land were ruled over by dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and dead spirits. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity into defending the supernatural creatures and ushered in the beginning of the third epoch, the glorious era, which is known as Cataclysm. I just meant long time ago. Oh my god, also, I just wanna say, victory books are written by the victors. What if it wasn't that bad? Giant King Oromir, Klein repeated in the name in silence. In various legends and myths, it was great existence on par with the deities. Even now, there were still some places that worshipped him. Even the most famous and most expensive grapevine in the Indian Republic was named after Oromir. It was said that the Giant King particularly fancied grapevine, which was like blood. So, the royal family was around during the second epoch, and then when the original creator defeated Giant family in City of Silver. Considering the fact that the Search of the God of Combat is in control of the complete pathway of the warrior, which once belonged to the giants, can I assume that Oromir was the ancient god of combat? Klein. Yes, exactly, Klein! That's what I said. Not deliberately, but I think any further about it, he then asked calmly. Do you still offer sacrifices to the omnipotent god? Ooh. I'm clasping my chest, bro. This is so interesting. Also overthinking as well. Yes, we still do, but since the day we were abandoned, we have never gotten any response. So why do you keep doing it? Derek's voice had a hint of unconcealed pain. Klein leaned up against the back of his chair leisurely. He half crossed his eyes and said, "Describe the process of your offering ritual in detail. Does Mr. Fool want to figure out the truth behind the City of Silver abandonment? Or does he want to determine if creators still exist?" Olger suddenly felt a shock through his body and he quivered. No, Olger. Klein is just wanting a ritual from, Olger is so overthinking, but I just want to say I really like Olger's thoughts here because it gives us more clues as well and more ideas for theories, right? Does he want to determine if the creator still exists? Olger suddenly felt a shock through his body and he quivered. Imagine Olger just quivering, dude. Isn't that something that happens when you get an orgasm? Not only was he afraid, but he also excited too. This was because he felt he was being made privy to the secrets between deities. Oh my god. Superklaser. That made him feel like he's been elevated to a whole new level. I've been chasing after power, after strength. I didn't I do this to achieve this kind of feeling? Alger leaned back, lifted his chin, and got carried away with his thoughts. Mr. Hanged Man, mental state doesn't seem to be normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. A bit pity, by the way. She finally understood that there might be some sort of shocking secrets behind the communication between Mr. Fool and the Sun, which led the Hanged Man loss of composure. Both of them are overthinking, but Audrey is correct. After the QILANGOS commission is over, I paid the price to get information about what Mr. Hanged Man learned today. I wonder if he could be willing to. Audrey brought in anticipation, yet was a little worried. Derek didn't notice the weight that was hanging on his answer as he replied frankly. He built the opulent altars covered in the Lord's symbol. Every time we received the bumper black-faced grass harvest, we held a sacrificial ritual. That's a shit harvest, right? Black-faced grass? What the fuck? I did not put it to sub. Did you want to unsubscribe? I put a sub only because I don't want people to fucking spoil. When they spoil, at least they're gonna sub. We use the monsters to recapture in the depths of the darkness to use sacrificial offerings. After we recite the god's honorable titles and the necessary prayers, we dance for him, and then we kill the monsters to lead their spirituality and tainted blood die in their altar. If we haven't caught any monsters, then we use a sinner on the lowest floor, the City of Silver prison instead. Damn, okay, that's rough. I mean, there's a reason why Lord isn't answering your prayers because that Lord doesn't exist anymore, maybe. Why do you want to unsub, by the way? Then we turn the very first batch of black-faced grass into food and serve it before the Lord. In the end, we sing praises in unison and end the ritual. Since I was planning off a sacrifice to myself, I'm not picky about time, and the altar can be as simple as possible. The most important part to open a channel with the aid of a monstrous spirituality or the blood containing Beyonder's powers to complete sacrifice offering. Of course, this is under the premise that one will receive a response. How extravagant! I use this mysticism knowledge too. Yeah. Klein, good job by the way. You're cooking so hard. And Olga was overthinking the entire time. There's lag? There's lag? Why is there lag? What about Lucy? Lag? Chat lag? Okay. Analyze every step of the sacrificial ritual and City of Silver before finally saying, what are the corresponding prayers? What language do you recite them in? Drake was also looking forward to this and so as to gain hints from Mr. Fool how to shake off the curse, so he recalled carefully and answered. We use Jotun, which is also our common language. The corresponding prayers are: your devoted believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to take their offerings. We pray for you to open their gates to our kingdom. Wait, the prayer says you, for your attention. Who is you? Is that why it's not reaching him? The original creator. Can listen in silence and intentionally let the engulfing fog slowly swirl around him. He nodded as deep in thought and remained silent. I know it's creator, but like it says you. I know what they mean, but isn't like the prayer for the fool is like the fool who doesn't belong in this era. The ruler beyond the grey fog, the king of whatever, right? I haven't memorized it, but yeah, I haven't had the need to pray. Klein listened to the silence. Oh, okay, so this is different. I see. Klein listened in silence, intentionally let the engulfing fog slowly swirl around him. The ruler above the grey fog, yeah, that's called. He nodded though deep in thought and remained silent. As for what he learned from it, he obviously couldn't share it. Algar found it very normal how could the secrets of a deity be revealed directly to a mortal. Derek also steeled his resolve to quickly grow in power so that he could obtain something that could garner Mr. Fool's interest in exchange for his guidance. After some more communication, Klein ended the gathering. He watched Justice's, Hanged Man's and the Sun's figures vanish before him. He looked down and saw the boundless grey fog and the crimson stars that seemed eternally immutable. Okay. Olger needs to think about it. I mean, can you blame Olger? Like, let's just put your shoes in Olger's shoes. I feel like I will suck up to Mr. Fool like all the time, right? I will be you know, I will suck up to him like the entire time because I think he's so powerful because he has these abilities. That's good, Kin. But these are prayers, this is not a honorific names. The full one though. He looked down and saw the boundless grey fogs and crimson stars that seemed eternally immutable. However, after he advanced to sequence 8, he realized that he could connect even more stars. In other words, he could pull in more members. You can pull as many members as there are seats. Please, pull one in. He's overthinking, barely got anything right. He wasn't in a hurry to add new members. He planned to act as he had before. He would first wait and observe. If Justice and the Hanged Man had any recommendations, he could assess them first. FORS. K-Fog. What I saw the last few days was when the sun was praying. There was a clear crystal ball before him, but ever since I pulled him in the world above the grey fog, that crystal ball was never appeared again. Does this prerequisite need to pull people in through the connection of the Crimson Star have something to do with having a special item around them? True, or does every Crimson Star correspond to an item in reality, which when it's connected successfully, it will return to the world above the grey fog? Because if, let's say, if Audrey gives recommendation to get FORS up here, how would you even pull her in? Remember Audrey was using like a mirror? Olga was using a potion. Derek was using a crystal ball. Ooh. True. Fine is onto that something there. I wonder if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man were the same. Let's assume that the case in that case... Yeah, they were the same. Let's just assume that's the case. In that case, if people without this special item were to recite, the fool does not belong to this era, the mysterious rule above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, and allow me to hear their prayers, will I be able to join them in? Huh. Without a special item, maybe. I guess if Audrey tells FORS to do it, then they can get in, right? Remember, the rage bait was believable, but not anymore. I can give it a try in the future. Client didn't say any longer. He wrapped himself in spirituality and simulated descent, leaving behind the lofty palace, the ancient table, 22 high black chairs, sat immutably above the grey fog. He had mastered the overflowing power of clown potion, eliminated the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, he wanted to try the ritual to summon himself. I wonder what I'll conjure this time, Klein thought in anticipation and fear as he fell through the mad ravings. Damn, okay. Next time is gonna be an interesting chapter as well. I mean, my chat said, by the way, I'm real. That all these chapters from now on are gonna be good. I'm guessing you meant, you know, up to chapter volume 8, right? So I can't wait. I still think Ch.170 storyline will conclude also in first volume, which we have now 33 chapters left, by the way, until we're finished. Do you think? Yeah, we're gonna finish in 3 streams, by the way. We're gonna do 11, 11, 11. Next stream is on Tuesday, by the way. We're gonna watch until 192 on Tuesday, and then on the 27th we will finish, and there's gonna be 1 stream before that as well. Anyway, I will see you very soon. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Really appreciate it. Made my day. What am I doing? I'm autistic, man. I don't know. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. Thank you for coming.